As you can see, the great count has already started, and all over the country, the ballot boxes are being rushed to the counting halls. James Pestridge reports from Cheltenham.
And in Cheltenham, we already have more than half the boxes in the town hall here. As a matter of fact, at the present moment, they've checked quite a number of the boxes to make sure that the votes inside them correspond with the presiding officer's register. And once that has been done, and we've got all the boxes, then we shall start the count. We've got 54 polling stations in Cheltenham, and from those 54 stations, we've got to get the boxes in here. The first one was in at 9:30 because the polling station is here in the town hall, where the furthest polling station is about 3 miles away. And taxis, a fleet of taxis, have been bringing them in very rapidly. So it won't be many minutes now before we've checked all the boxes and we can start the count. Well, so much is going on here in Cheltenham at the moment, and once we have got all the boxes checked, we're going to start the count. In the meantime, I'm wondering how our rivals in the south of England are doing. So let's go straight over to Peter Maggs at Southampton.
Well, here in the forecourt of the Civic Centre, it's been like the end of a road rally for the past 15 minutes. Cars and taxis have been driving up, bumper to bumper, and the ballot boxes have been coming in from the 117 polling stations in this densely populated but compact borough. Now, no polling station is more than 3.5 miles away from here, and the deadline for the last box is in about 3 minutes' time. And the returning officers bringing the boxes in have been pelting up the narrow corridor here to the actual counting room, which is the Guild Hall, right in the centre of the Civic Centre. Well, we've got two divisions here, Itchen and Test, and they take their names from the two rivers on which this town is built, two converging rivers. Now, it's all going very smoothly, very straightforward thing, but in Lancashire, I know that they're relying on buses and taxis. So, Alan Dixon reporting now from Salford.
And here at Salford, where they take the count quicker than most British heavyweights, you can see just there the edge of one of the last buses to arrive. A convoy of 15 have been here disgorging the ballot boxes there. Still the private cars are with us, and we've seen a military operation as the ballot boxes have been carried into the Salford Art Gallery. They're rather fine facade. You can see here is one of the buses. With them has been a policeman to guard the democratic vote as it's been taken in. There's been a quietness and expectancy here, but outside quite a great crowd, a gathering, just to see what is going on. Inside, 370 people are counting feverishly to keep the wonderful record that Salford, both east and west, have of counting the fastest, and it's quite likely they'll do it very well indeed this time. There's a flash of the crowd. There's the art gallery, which in fact is on the site of the first free municipal library in the country. And now let's go west to Devon to join John Tanton at Exeter.
And in the centre of Exeter tonight, all is peace. But behind these closed doors of the Civic Centre, the ballot boxes have all been brought in and the count is underway. A fleet of 28 taxis picked them up from polling stations all through the city and are now being checked to see that they're the same as when they left the booths, to make sure that none of the bundles of voting papers has been abstracted or interfered with in any way. The first box to arrive came in by hand just a minute after the booths closed. That came from the city's ancient guild hall just round the corner. Well, Exeter likes to be among the leaders, but the counting staff here will be hard put to finish ahead of anyone else tonight, because although at the last election Exeter was one of the earliest to declare its results, there were only 2 candidates. This time there are 3, and that could mean that the counting will take longer. Well, now for news of another place where it's post-haste on polling night, over to Raymond Baxter at Billericay.
Here in the Archer Hall at Billericay, which is a typical rural community meeting place, the excitement is every bit as great as at the weekly Friday rock and roll session, but very, very much more highly organized. Here comes one of the last of our boxes. Over 100 of the 120 have been streaming in here. The first one got in at indeed 9 (2:02), and the count is in full blast. 350 people here from all walks of life, all sections of this mixed community, all parties, working in a highly organized frenzy of excitement. The constituency has grown by some 20,000 voters to 78,000, and it is anticipated that around 60,000 votes have been cast in this constituency, which consists of the old towns of Billericay and Brentwood, and Basildon New Town and Pitsea and 1 or 2 villages round about. The votes have been sped here by private cars, and because of the rural roads involved, the police have been taking a very cooperative interest at strategic points, and now the list of boxes already dealt with is well over the 100 mark. So with the situation well in control and warming up here at Billericay, back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
The gigantic job of counting all these votes, perhaps 27 million of them tonight, counting all the votes for the constituencies that are counting tonight, will go on until the early hours of the morning. Here in the Lime Grove studio, we are waiting for the first results. From the first results, we can probably tell to quite an extent what is likely to happen in this general election. I have with me two experts in the studio. The one is David Butler of Nuffield College, Oxford, who's made a very exhaustive study of elections and all their forms. David, you can tell me who's going to win this one.
Oh, ask me that in an hour's time, and I'll be able to tell you. But now, well, I've never known a harder election to predict. Like the party officials and the pollsters, I'm quite bewildered by the don't-knows. I've been travelling around the country for the last 3 weeks, and I certainly can report that the party officials on both sides quite genuinely expect to win, but both sides expect a narrow margin. As for who is going to win, well, I think we'll know in 50 minutes' time.
I'll keep you up to that one. The second man we have is another expert in the same sort of field. That is Robert Mackenzie. Robert Mackenzie, who has written an authoritative book on British political parties and knows more about them than almost anybody else. Now, behind Bob Mackenzie, you will see up here a fabulous array of scoreboards, which we hope are going to enable us to keep you in touch with everything that happens as it happens. I think, though, that in the early part of the evening now, we ought to be focusing our attention not so much on what's going on in here, but on what's going on outside. That's where the activity is. For that purpose, we've got these outside broadcast cameras of ours dotted all over the country, quite literally tonight. So let us go outside. And let's start doing it by going down to party headquarters. Let us, in fact, join Derek Hart, who's down at Transport House.
Westminster, London. Well, I'm in Smith Square, just a very few hundred yards from the House of Commons. Now, more than ever, the focal point of so many hopes and ambitions that tonight will either be triumphantly realized or ignominiously destroyed like so many torn-up bookies' tickets. Now, this is Transport House. It's the nerve centre of the Labour Party. And among the people inside here, there's a curious feeling of tense expectancy, a feeling of considerable restless confidence. Frank Cousins was saying this afternoon that after having toured many of the marginal constituencies in the country, he's confident of a Labour victory. And I'm told also that the Socialist Party election agents, who are notoriously pessimistic, are today very optimistic. There's an impression, too, of slightly too studied nonchalance, but this, I think, is in the main due to the fact that now there's this curious feeling of not being able to do anything else but just wait. Now, in a few minutes, I shall be going inside to talk to the party secretary, Mr. Morgan Phillips. But meanwhile, out in this quiet London leafy square tonight, it's a little chilly. But no breeze can equal the cold wind of disillusionment and defeat that will be blowing tomorrow here, either at Transport House or some 50 or 60 yards across the square at the Tory party headquarters. And it's there, at the Conservative Party's central office, that my colleague is waiting, Kenneth Harris.
I'm standing outside this new building, which became the Conservative Party's headquarters some months ago. As for what's going on inside, I've not been at a party headquarters on election night, so I find it rather difficult to estimate the atmosphere. People here seem to be taking things very much in their stride, calm, collected. I wouldn't say that there's a great display of confidence here. Everybody I talk to says they're going to win, but when they're asked what kind of a margin, the estimates are fairly moderate. One chap at Ought to Know told me he thought perhaps a Tory victory, 35 seats. Now, the idea of being here is that in the course of the evening I should be able to talk to prominent Conservatives, ask them how things are going. As a matter of fact, I ought to have been talking to one of them now, but the Conservative leaders obviously are waiting for that first result before they start opening their mouths and passing opinions. So, in the meantime, over to Cliff Mitchellmore.
To talk to one man who is not waiting for that first vote. He's the chairman of the Liberal Party, Mr. Frank Byers, who's their spokesman in London tonight, and he's across the other side of London. Mr. Byers, you must have been getting from your party workers outside the polling booths all over the country a great many reports all day today. Do they encourage you or do they depress you?
No, I think they encourage us. They've been very hopeful. They think all the reports show that we've had a pretty high poll, which is in our favour. And I'm certainly hoping for 3 million votes. Whether we get them or not, I don't know. I'd be quite happy with 2 million. The die is cast now.
It is indeed. And how many seats do you predict that you will get?
Well, you simply can't prophesy. Under our electoral system, we could get even 5 million votes, and we wouldn't get another single seat. But I'd be very happy with every additional seat we win. And I'm certainly hopeful that we're going to come second in quite a number.
Mr. Byers, which seats do you think you'll win?
Well, as a minimum, I would say that we should win North Cornwall, North Devon, Inverness, Hereford, Rochdale, 2 in Wales probably, and I'd like to see 1 or 2 more.
You're very confident indeed, Mr. Byers, it seems to me, but will you predict the number of deposits that you're likely to lose?
No, I'm not a fortune teller, and I've got no crystal ball, no predictions.
Are you worried at all about any of the 6 seats that you hold at present?
No.
Or that you held before the dissolution, I'm sorry.
Well, as far as the reports are concerned, we've got every confidence that we're going to hold them.
Every confidence?
Every confidence.
Even the marginal one down at Torrington, for instance, which you only hold by, what, 219 votes?
That's right. Well, as far as our reports go, we think we're in. But we shall know that very soon tomorrow.
Mr. Byers, thank you very much indeed. Well, we'll be talking to Mr. Byers later on in this programme when the first results start to come in, and particularly the first results where we have a Liberal standing. But now, as Derek Hart said just now, he's going inside Transport House, and I see him there now. So let's join Derek Hart at Transport House.
Here is the Secretary of the Labour Party, Mr. Morgan Phillips. Mr. Phillips, now that the campaign is over, what sort of an election has it been?
That's rather a tempting question, isn't it? I mean, I'd like to go to town for some time on the behaviour of certain people and certain newspapers in the last few days. But I suppose I'd better leave that at this stage. From our point of view, it's been a good campaign. We took the initiative at the beginning. We hold it even still at the end. Our opponents were following some distance behind us. Indeed, we haven't seen them for dust.
Well, from the information that you've had in now from your canvassers, are you prepared to say that the Socialists have won?
Well, it's silly to make a prediction at this moment when the first result is probably crowding us off this programme to be announced. But I would say that we've had a very good campaign, and if the poll has maintained itself in the last hour, in the way it did this morning and this afternoon, we have no reason at all to fear the prospects.
You're still feeling pretty confident, in other words?
Very confident, yes.
What do you think is the first result we should watch out for with particular interest amongst the early ones?
Well, everybody's been predicting, of course, their own lists of seats that ought to be examined, and they're looking at it in terms of the actual victor or otherwise in that division.
What are yours, Mr. Phillips?
Well, I would take a selected number of divisions. I would take the 2 Salfords, I would take Blackburn, I would take Edge Hill, and I would take Kirkdale in Lancashire. I would take Eton, Slough. I would take Acton in London, and Reading in Berkshire. And if in those divisions there is a common increase in our percentage of the poll of 2%, the government majority is wiped out, and we are with our nose in front.
And which of amongst the early results do you expect to win a first seat?
Well, I'm not sure how they're coming in. There's so much competition this time for being first that it'll be... I'm quite unable to predict that, quite frankly.
Which is the one you fear most losing?
Ah, that's asking. I don't expect to lose any.
Well, we shall see, Mr. Phillips. And from now here, from the Transport House, back to the studio and Cliff Mitchellmore.
Well, as Kenneth Harris told you earlier, the Conservative Party are like Dad keeping mum. Lord Hailsham and the Conservative leader certainly aren't going to say anything until the first result is in. Now, in case you think that Alan Wicker hasn't got anything to do, I see that his outside broadcast has just bobbed up on my monitor, so let's join him now at Hammersmith.
This is the Hammersmith Town Hall, where they're about to start counting the votes for Hammersmith North. They've used 4 coaches to collect these votes from 59 polling stations. We've had 3 coaches have arrived, and we're waiting for 1 more to pull in over there. The presiding officers have come across here, staggering under the loads of their responsibilities. There are 51,800 voters here in Hammersmith, Last time the poll was just under 40,000 and took 100 counters just about an hour to count. Well, they're expecting that it'll take an hour tonight, so round about 10:30 we should have the result. Hammersmith North will be one of the early results, but it will not, I think, be one of the surprising results. For Hammersmith has been a Labour stronghold in West London ever since 1923. Ever since then, with one exception, there's been a Labour candidate representing Hammersmith North. It was also the first borough ever to send a Labour councillor. Now, the excitement of the result lies not so much in the who's going to get in, because it seems fairly obvious that Labour will get in, but in the size of Labour's majority. At the last election, it was 8,863. I still see no signs of this fourth coach. It's a lovely evening here, cool, windless, with a crescent moon. Now, I return you from Hammersmith to Richard Dimbleby.
And we should be going back again, of course, to the outside broadcast cameras to be in at the counts and also at the results at the very moment when they're announced. Now, they start as a little trickle, they very soon become a flood. There are about 388 of them altogether to come through tonight. And when they become a flood, we shall tend to rely more on the Press Association and, in fact, on this battery of teleprinters here, which are actually linked to the newsroom of the Press Association. If we go over to that newsroom now, we'll find there with our camera David Coleman.
This is David Coleman reporting from the newsroom of the Press Association in Fleet Street. And it's from this newsroom that every news medium in the nation, and indeed every news medium in the world, will receive its election results service tonight. Now, at the moment, believe it or not, it's fairly quiet here, and the sub-editors, the reporters, the copy boys, the copy takers, the teleprinter operators, all the 300 people who go to make up the working staff in this room, they're having a quick chat, a quiet cup of tea, possibly neither, because the briefing is due to take place in just a couple of minutes, and we may almost interrupt it. At the top of the room, the news editor, Mr. Jarvis, waiting to talk to the sub-editors and reporters just before the first result comes in about half an hour's time. Now, the peak period for results should be in just about 2 or 3 hours' time, when they'll be coming through this room at the rate of 5 or 6 a minute. They'll be telephoned in direct from the counts by the Press Association's 1,500 correspondents, and they'll be come through direct to the copy takers there at the far end of the room. They rush straight on then to the sub-editors, where they're checked and then sent on to the teleprinters. And from a result being received to it being transmitted takes only 20 seconds. Now, these sub-editors, too, will be working out the state of the parties, and absolute priority will be given to those figures. At peak periods, the state of the parties will be sent out every 10 minutes and every 15 minutes at other times. Now, they'll be sent out, like the results, on these teleprinters. And a fraction of a second later, the message starts to come through at Lime Grove.
Like that. It's handed to the news team, whose job it is to get it onto your television screen just as quickly as they can. So we hope you'll get all the full details of all results, except, of course, the Saturday ones. Something else happens to the results as well. They're passed down here into an electronic computer which we have nicknamed Ella. That's the girl, the big one standing down the end of the room. She's very complicated. The results go into Ella. They're sent in by the girls who work here. And in the end, they come out again up the other end of the room, up here, in the form of statistics, which nobody can understand except David Butler and his statisticians there.
I hope I can understand them. It's my job, aided by Ella and my friends here with their slide rules, to try and explain as clearly as I can what is happening in each case. Just as soon as you get the result from any individual seat, these lightning calculators, electronic and human, they'll give you the change in the share of the vote that each party has got. And from a very few results analysed in this way, it should be possible to see very clearly which way the wind is blowing.
Well, now, statistics are one thing, and they're difficult to do. Butler will do them. The other half of our comment consists of a broader view of the political situation that's developing and the trend of the whole thing as it goes. For that, as I told you, we have Bob Mackenzie. Bob Mackenzie has behind him this vast scoreboard. I'm going to let you, Bob, explain what it does.
Well, my job will be to look at the results in a slightly longer range view. David Butler will be seeing them as they come in, one after the other. And I'll be looking at the effect on the parties and leading personalities of what we're showing in these results. And I'll be aided by an enormous number of charts and graphs and so on, which we'll be talking to later in the evening. But let me introduce you to one or two of them now. This state of the parties one here is going to be very important indeed. It'll show the lead and the results as they've come in so far. Now, let me begin by telling you that we're almost bound on this evening to see a Labour lead in the first part of the evening. This is because the urban areas count first and the safe Labour seats come in earlier. But let me now say that unless by the end of transmission tonight, which will be actually early in the morning, unless Labour has a lead of about 50 over Conservatives, they will not have unseated the government. And that's extremely important to keep in mind. Then, too, among the other charts, there's one I want to just mention in advance, and that's this one which indicates the swing of support from one party to another. It's extremely important to notice which way it goes. If the swing, for example, is 1 point consistently and on the average to the Conservatives, they're not only in again, but they'll have an increased majority of about 35. They'll go up from 55 to something like 80 or 90. If, on the other hand, the swing is the other way, you'll know the Conservatives are getting into trouble. They'll still be in office, but if the swing goes as far as 2.5 to Labour, then almost certainly we've got a new government. And that's the importance of this constant reference to swing, which David Butler will be making. When it levels down, it may wobble at first, but when it levels down, if it does settle as far as that, somewhere between 2 and 3, almost certainly we'll have a new government. And, of course, I'll be concerned also with the fate of leading personalities. An election is a contest, in one sense, between a cabinet and a potential cabinet. And here, on one side, waiting the news as the hours tick by, are leading figures of the present Conservative government. Sitting across from them are leading members of the so-called shadow cabinet. The contest is between them as to who will enter the House of Commons and rule the country. And, of course, special attention inevitably to the rivals for the office of Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan and Hugh Gaitskell.
Well, time is marching on. I think we're not going to be long before we have results, so sit tight and watch what's going to happen in the next few minutes. Meanwhile, Bob Mackenzie mentioned Mr. Gaitskell. I think that we might be able to get our first glimpse of Mr. Gaitskell now if we go and join Robert Key inside the count at Leeds.
Well, I'm afraid you won't get your first glimpse of Mr. Gaitskell yet, but you certainly will later on. In the meantime, I can tell you something about the constituencies here. There are 6 constituencies in Leeds, and the votes for them are now being counted in this hall on those trestle tables down there. The results of all 6 will be through tonight. If Field Marshal Montgomery is right, a lot of the population of Leeds will have to be locked up in lunatic asylums tomorrow morning, for Leeds is, on the whole, a Labour stronghold. At the last election, 4 Labour seats, including that with the longest continuous history of Labour representation in the country, to 2 Conservative. One of the almost impregnable Labour seats is that for which Mr. Gaitskell stands, Leeds South. I don't think even he's modest enough to think that he might not get in again, but it's always interesting to see whether the majority goes up or down in these safe seats, and anyway, Mr. Gaitskell has a Liberal against him this time. The other safe Labour seat is Alice Bacon's in Leeds South East. No Liberal there. In fact, Mr. Gaitskell's Liberal is the only one in any of the 6 constituencies. He's called Mr. Meeks. The 2 safe Conservative seats are those of Sir Keith Joseph and Mr. Donald Cabry in Leeds North East and North West. But Mr. Cabry has emphasised that nothing in politics is a pushover. Mr. Charles Pannell, Labour member for Leeds West for the last 10 years, is confident he'll win again there. But in Leeds East, where Mr. Dennis Healey last time had a Labour majority of 5,000, the Conservatives are hoping for a possible Conservative gain, which is interesting because it's there that Labour's held the seat continuously since 1906. Well, now, I've just heard that there's a goodish crowd collecting outside, so let's go out there to look at them with Sam Pollock outside the town hall at Leeds.
Well, now, here outside Leeds Town Hall at the moment, there is quite a considerable crowd, despite the fact that we're going to have to wait, I think, about 2 hours before we know the earliest local result. Mind you, as well, of course, they will hear the other early results from the loudspeaker system here, and some of them, I notice, even have got their own portable radios with them. I think that some of the added excitement here in Leeds, and there is added excitement, you can sense it, is due to the fact that in this city, or rather county borough, I think it is, they feel they have a local and indeed almost personal interest in a question which everyone is asking tonight right round the country. And that question I'm going to put to some of the people who are at this moment standing on my toes. And it is, sir, if I may first of all ask you, do you think that the early results, and we expect the first of them in a few minutes now, will give any hint that we might next week expect a new Prime Minister in Britain?
Well, I do, definitely, yeah. Definitely think that...
Have you got any special...
Well, I've been tonight to the polling station. I've never seen as many red rosettes in my life, so I think that we'll find out with the early results. There'll be so many...
Do you think the early results are going to give a hint of a new government?
Indubitably, yes. I've been round to the constituencies today, and I've handed out 1 or 2 pamphlets to prospective Labour voters, and I've not been thrown out of my neck yet.
Yes.
So I'm sure we'll get a new government.
Yes. What about you, madam?
Well,
How do you feel?
I feel that it's going to be 1945 all over again, if not even better. We'll have Mac out and Hugh Gateskill in.
Yes,
Definitely.
I was going to ask you if the prospect of a new Prime Minister depressed you or excited you, but I don't need to wait for your answer. And now I see that we must go back south again to Hammersmith, where Alan Wicker is waiting.
Here in the south, although this is a safe Labour seat, there's a crowd of several hundred around the town hall here, and the result should be declared now in about 3/4 of an hour, when we'll know what's happened to the Labour majority of 8,863. Do you think that this majority is going to be increased or decreased?
I really believe it's going to be increased, absolutely.
You think there'll be a swing to Labour?
No, I think there'll be a swing to Conservative.
Oh,
absolutely.
so the majority will be diminished?
Oh, yes, diminished.
I see. What about in the country as a whole? What can you see happening in the country as a whole?
What can I see happening? Well, it's a very difficult question to answer.
Do you think there'll be a landslide, or do you think it'll be a photo finish?
I don't think it'll be more likely to be a photo finish. No landslide atmosphere here. It's very funereal.
Funereal? Yeah. I must say, I was expecting it was going to be a little bit noisier. Now, what do you think yourself? Do you think there'll be a landslide?
No, definitely no. Not in this constituency. I don't think so. He's held this seat here now for some time, and I think he'll hold it again.
What about in the country as a whole?
In the country as a whole, I think the Tories will just about get in.
They will?
I think they will.
Now, when they get in, what do you think is the first thing they ought to do?
Well, I think they should do something about the housing accommodation in this country. It's really getting beyond the joke. I really think that myself.
Who do you think will get in? I think Labour might get in, possibly. Do you think so? Do you think it's going to be a close finish, a photo finish, or do you think there'll be a landslide?
I think it'll be a very close finish. Very close finish indeed, yes.
But Labour will win?
I think so, yes.
And what about you, sir?
Well, I think the Tories will get in myself.
Tories will get
in, yes.
Just?
Yes.
Well, it's going to be a photo finish, you think? Everyone here seems to believe it's going to be very close, one way or the other.
I think it won't be close.
No landslide?
No.
What about you, madam?
Well, I think the same. I think Conservative will definitely get in.
They will?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Now, when they get in, what would you like to see them do?
Well, carry on as they are now. Keep the Britain onto prosperity. Keep it as it is.
You're quite satisfied?
Yeah, carry on, yes.
What about you, madam? Who do you think?
Labour, I hope, and pray will get in.
But do you think they will? This sounds like wishful
yes,
thinking.
they will.
You really believe they'll get in?
Yes, they will, but not with the big majority, I'm afraid.
You think it's going to be very close?
I do, yes, all the way round, but I do sincerely hope Labour will get in.
I see. Well, that certainly seems to be the view here tonight, that it's going to be very, very close. Well, now let's go over to the race for the first result. Somebody's marked my card here for me, and it seems that Salford and Cheltenham are the favourites to win. Billericay is a good each-way bet. But if you're looking for an outsider, you might try Exeter or Southampton. But let's start anyway with the favourites and go over to Alan Dixon at Salford.
And here it's a tremendous race. There are the ballot boxes empty, and just around you can see the tremendous activity as these counters with slick fingers are turning over the votes. The latest news I've heard is that Salford West are slightly in the lead. So therefore, if they keep in that position, they will of course be first out. But there, looking round, you can see boxes on that table there. We've ended the first phase of the count where the votes are checked for number. That is, that they are the same number as the polling stations say. And just behind their interesting point there, the paintings of L.S. Lowry, who of course was a man who painted Salford and knows Salford inside out. Paintings almost worth tremendous paintings just behind those counters. And strangely enough, on the left of our picture, it seems that the Conservatives have gathered. This is no set plan. And over to our right are the Labour supporters. It just happens that way. It might have been mixed Conservative and Labour. That appears to be the scene to me. There you see them, and there, with this moment gone from us at Salford and a tremendous race on, we hand over to Raymond Baxter at Billericay.
There you see the bundles of ballots cast for Mrs. Smythe, the Labour candidate for Billericay, gradually accumulating on the custodian's table, which is reserved for the Socialist vote. And each of those bundles is 100 counted votes. When I asked Mr. Gardner, the Conservative former holder of the seat by a majority of 4,200, how go the Tory hopes? Well, judge for yourself. But of course, at this stage, they were getting on famously here at Billericay, and I think we resent being called an outside chance. It's still difficult to make a guess at this stage. Now, the Liberal count is being left over for the time being, but as soon as the Conservative and Labour count is completed, then all the 350 volunteers in the hall here will very quickly count the Liberal vote in a mass attack. Over there on the left is the special table for dealing with odd numbers left over from the packages of ballot slips and the queries. And you can see all the people who come from virtually all walks of administrative life. And these all volunteers from local organizations. They've enthusiastically pitched in, and they even include members of the local amateur dramatic society. Now, at the head of each table is the supervisor, who is in charge of his team. The ballot slips have been sorted by parties. The Labour vote is counted on the left of the tables, the Conservative opposite, the Liberal slips we wait for. The climax is very nearly at hand, but now let's go over to James Pestridge and see how Cheltenham is doing.
Well, Cheltenham the Cheltenham Festival doesn't mean the event that's going on tonight. That refers to the Literary and Arts Festival, which has unfortunately been interrupted. Nevertheless, we've got a jolly good crowd outside who've been there for something like an hour waiting for the declaration. Inside the hall, well, there is the mayor, the returning officer for this constituency, and he is at the present moment checking possible spoilt papers. He has the final decision on those. Counting's going on and has been going on now for something like 20 minutes. It won't be very long. If we look down at the tables immediately in front of the stage here in the town hall, we can see the counters, and then when the votes are counted, they're put into bundles and put on 3 separate lines of tables, one for each candidate. And already it looks as though Major Hickspeech, the Conservative candidate, has got a formidable pile. On the next table is Dr. Penzie, who is the Labour candidate, and his votes are piling up too. At the far side is George Watson's table, the Liberal candidate, and it's the first time for many years that a Liberal has stood in Cheltenham. Major Hickspeech, the Conservative candidate, was the representative, in fact has been the representative since 1951. Well, counting is going on now, and it will not be very long before we have an answer here. I don't know how they're getting on in the south of England, but let's go over immediately to my old chum Peter Max, who's in Southampton.
Well, here in Southampton's famous Guildhall, the procedure is very much the same as it is in Chelmsford and in Salford and other places, except that right across the middle of the hall tonight, we have a partition. So, in fact, we can only see one half of the count that's going on. Behind the partition, they're counting the eastern side, that is Southampton-Itchen. This side that we are looking at now is the votes are being counted for Southampton Test. Now, anyone who's keeping a map, that is a seat distribution map of the last Parliament, will know that Southampton-Itchen is the only constituency in southern England that's between the Medway and, I believe, Camborne in Cornwall, to be marked with a red Labour pin. Now, the constituency is very unusual, too, because both the candidates, Labour and Conservative, have the same surname. It's King, which may have caused a little bit of difficulty, we don't know yet. And it's unusual, too, because the Conservative King, the Conservative candidate, has sat in Parliament as a Labour candidate since the war. And the Labour majority last time, that's in 1955, was just over 5,700. And Dr. Horace King, the Labour man, is seeking re-election to the seat he's held for the past 9 years. Now, this side, the one we're looking at, where most of these votes are being counted by experts, in fact, they brought in nearly all the bank clerks in Southampton to do it because they're so proficient at counting in 20s. Well, this was won from Labour last time by 3,800 votes. and that is rather similar to the other one. John Howard, Conservative, is contesting the seat, and he's opposed by a woman, the first woman ever to contest a seat in Southampton, Mrs. Shirley Williams. Well, the count still going on, but we must leave you and go over now to John Tanton in Exeter,
where the pressure is piling on and where the votes are piling up. And I've just heard an estimate that 44,000 of Exeter's 54,000 voters have in fact cast their votes. And the returning officer tells me the operation is going very smoothly, so we too think we may be a little more than an outsider for being the first to declare the result. And the result here at Exeter has been reckoned to be fairly sure. The Conservative, Mr. Dudley Williams, there he is with his back to us, standing next to the Liberal candidate, with the bald-headed one, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Williams had a majority of more than 5,000 last time in a straight fight with Labour. Well, this time there's been a new Labour candidate, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Albert John Rogers. There he is, fighting his first election. But most of the people I met today in Exeter seemed pretty sure that the three-cornered fight, and last time there was no Liberal, that the three-cornered fight would favour Mr. Williams. Now, of the votes cast, just on 56% were for Mr. Williams and 44% for the Labour man. So in a straight fight, it would have to be a 6% swing to give Labour any hope of victory. Well, now there's a Liberal. He's complicated the situation for the forecasters, but the speculation remains principally on the size of the Conservative majority. And now back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
Well, it looks as though we've got about 6 places neck and neck, and nobody knows who's going to be first, but we're watching them with eagle eyes. Meanwhile, we'll be going back for results, of course, the moment anything turns up. I think we've got time quickly, David, for an idea of just what we can hope to learn from these first results.
Well, you see, Richard, in each recent elections, the whole of Britain has swung in much the same sort of way. If that's happened again today, the first few results will be quite enough to tell us what's going to happen in the final outcome. Not exactly. We shall want to watch carefully as the results come in to see if any later results modify the conclusions. But just as soon as we get the first result, I shall tell you what the national outcome would be if the whole country behaves as Cheltenham or Salford or Billericay, or whoever reports first, has actually behaved. If the whole country behaves like that, then we can give you the absolute figure, the final majority.
Thank you. Well, there's still no sign of any results. Bob, a quick word from you.
Yes, I'd like to just qualify David Butler's remark. I agree with him. You can tell, if the swing is uniform, how it's coming on the basis of the first few results. But we must remember that some of these results at the beginning may not be typical because of population changes and one thing and another. So I'm a bit more cautious about making a firm prediction early on.
Well, still no results. I warn you, if we go away from London, as I'm going to in a moment, we'll be back in a flash. We've seen lots of votes. We've seen millions in those bundles down there. Let's have a look at some voters. I think we can do that quickly if we go now over to North Wales and join Alan Williams, who's in a pub at Wrexham.
Judge Swettencock. Well, I don't know about the beer, but the opinions here are certainly strong and quite unadulterated. It's been a parliament here all night, and it's gone a little quieter now, but it's been bedlam. You, sir, can I ask you, please, the early results are just coming up. What are you looking for? What are you most interested in?
Well, is it in order for a Welsh nationalist to express an opinion?
Yes, sir, it is.
Well, I thank the BBC from the bottom of my heart for this belated privilege.
Early results?
I don't know, and I'm not interested. I don't care two hoots.
No.
I feel that we're doomed to be governed either by, for the next few years anyhow, by the pinstripe penguins of Whitehall on the one hand, or by the blatant trade union bosses of Transport House on the other. Neither of which party know anything at all about Wales.
So when is your interest going to start?
When the Meirionydd result comes out, I shall be interested to know if we have sufficient self-respect as a nation to put at least one Welsh nationalist candidate in.
Well, we'll have to wait till then for you. Thank you very much. Now, how about you, sir? Who do you think is going to go in tomorrow?
Well, I hope Labour get in.
Yes.
And believe me, I think Conservative has done it. They've made a lot of few mistakes. Little mistakes. Little mistakes that count.
Yes. Well, now, look.
They don't think.
Yes, well, can I just ask you, I'm sorry, we haven't got a lot of time. What are you looking for in the early results now that are
Well,
coming up?
I'm hoping for a Conservative gain. especially in this area. We haven't had a Conservative candidate since Sir Edmund Busby in 1927, who was actually a Liberal. But I think if we don't get in, we'll considerably lower the majority on this occasion.
And any particular constituencies in this area?
Well, I think Liverpool and Cheshire.
And how about the overall result tomorrow?
Well, the overall result should be Conservative gain, because I think we must go on their past record, and past records do count after all.
I don't think you're very popular in this particular
Labour's going to get it.
Now, just a minute. Now, then, how about you? What do you think?
Well, I think the Labour will get in here, without a doubt, but I think the Conservatives on the whole over the country, because you can't change a winning team.
I see. Well, you can't change a winning team, says our friend here, and I am now going into the middle of it and hope that I'll come out alive, but we'll see what happens. In the meantime, back to Richard Dimbleby in the studio.
Let the woman's opinion.
Now, here outside the Southampton Guild Hall, we are waiting for the results of two constituencies, Test and Itchen, which should be ready any minute now. Now, how are the people who voted in these constituencies earlier today feeling now at the results?
Ready. We've interrupted because we've just heard Billericay's won the race. We'll go straight there now for the first result.
And here we are at Billericay. Mr. Hatt, the deputy acting returning officer acting for the High Sheriff, is consulting with the agents who are sitting there behind the three candidates, Mrs. Smythe for Labour, Mr. Sheldon Williams for Liberal, and Mr. Gardner on the left there, the Conservative. And in the Mr. Hatt, who is the presiding genius of this fever of activity, is just conducting the very final phases of this check, is turning back to check the High Sheriff. The High Sheriff is standing already at the microphone there. That is Major G. Benyon Haw, who, of course, can reserve to himself the right of acting as the returning officer in any of the constituencies within his jurisdiction. And here it comes. The agents are checking. At the table opposite Mr. Hatt is Mr. Booth, the town clerk of Brentwood, who is the adjudicator. The figures have already been handed to him. The count is completed. It is purely a question of writing the total number of votes against each of the three candidates' names. You see the slips being passed from hand to hand. A tremendously tense moment in the hall. Silence has descended where there has been this tremendous fury of activity. And here it is, I think. Yes, here it is. We have it. I can see the slip, but of course I must wait for the High Sheriff's announcement. It will be with us at any second. Has Billericay in fact won the race? Have this team of tremendous enthusiasts who describe themselves as the country boys shown up the townies?
Gentlemen, before the High Sheriff reads the result, I will offer the figures to the candidates and ask them if they need a recount.
My goodness, that must be close. Well, that is a surprise. The figures are shown to Mrs. Smythe, the Labour candidate, and they called across. Mr. Gardner, the holder of the seat, shakes his head.
Here is the result. Edward Lucas Gardner, 29,224.
The Conservative candidate.
Peter Miles Trelawney Sheldon Williams, 9,347.
The Liberal.
Mrs. Rita Allison Smythe, 24,400.
Quiet, please.
I declare Edward Lucas Gardner has been duly elected to serve as a member for the Billericay constituency.
A Conservative victory, and with that back to Richard Dimbleby in London as Mr. Gardner accepts the congratulations of the High Sheriff.
Well, there's our first results. The Conservatives have held Billericay. The majority last time, 55, was 4,200.
And the swing to the Conservatives is quite appreciable on this. It was a 3.7% swing to the Conservatives in a seat that Labour were expected to make gains in. If the country has behaved like Billericay, this certainly looks like a Conservative victory.
Well, you're out on a limb now, Butler. Mackenzie?
I'm not committing myself yet. I'd quite agree. Labour did hope to make a gain here, but it's striking that we've had 20,000 new voters on the register, and I think it's a little difficult to say, therefore, whether this proves a Conservative victory or not.
No further comment at the moment, gentlemen. There's one figure coming in, David.
Well, the turnout in Billericay was 80%, over 80%. Last time it was 75.5%. That implies a higher turnout, a 5% turnout, greater turnout this time. Now, Labour particularly, I think, was hoping for a higher poll. We are 5% up. It looks as though we're getting back to the sort of level of the poll we had in 1951. And therefore, certainly we shan't be able to blame the abstainers for whatever the result is in this election.
Bob, no more comment? Nothing at all.
I've no doubt we'll have a high poll.
Well, we better have a quick look then at the party lead, I think, chart, don't you? Here it is.
Well, this, at the very beginning, Conservative lead over Lab 1. Remember, as we said, Labour must be 50 ahead on this. That is 50 Labour lead over Conservative if they're going to upset the government before the evening's over.
I wonder if it's a record having a result by 10 o'clock. Maybe it is. Let's go back now to Billericay. I think the candidates any moment will be out on the balcony. Over we go.
Hello? 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 Am I through? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Outside the counting hall
Here
of
is the
Billericay.
result. Edward Lucas Gardner, 29,224. Miles Trelawney, Sheldon Williams, 9,347. Rita Allison Smythe, 24,402. I declare Edward L. Gardner has been duly elected to serve as a member for the Billericay constituency.
Of this crowd of village people of the new town, and here is the successful Conservative candidate, Mr. Gardner. Notice the very high percentage of young people in the crowd there. Mrs. Smythe, the defeated Labour candidate on Mr. Gardner's way.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like, first of all, if I may, to thank the returning officer and his staff for the work they have done in really accomplishing an astonishing feat of efficiency in producing the result of this.
Watson, 8,428.
This is a result from Cheltenham.
Duly elected Member of Parliament for the Cheltenham constituency.
Well, there is the applause. The applause for Major Hicks Beach, who has once again been returned as Conservative representative for the constituency of Cheltenham. His vote was reduced this time to 21,997, his Labour candidate got in with, came second with 12,725, and the Liberal saved his deposit easily with 8,428 votes.
We would all like to thank you very much for the very efficient way you conducted this campaign, and your staff have been so extremely helpful.
Well, that is Major Hicks Beats, the Conservative candidate now who has been appointed for the constituency of Cheltenham. And so there is the announcement at Cheltenham, and back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
Sorry, but moving rather smartly. Major Hicks Beach, Conservative candidate for Cheltenham, I think the majority there is up again, as far as I could calculate, only hearing half of what went on. The other candidates are Mr. George Watson, Liberal, and Dr. Pensill, Labour. Now, in a moment, we can have proof of Billericay, I think, just to get the facts on the screen. There's another result coming. It is Billericay. Here it is, for your information. The Conservative majority this time, 4,822, as opposed to 4,206 last time. So it's, as you can calculate, a little over 600 up. Any comments on Billericay, gentlemen?
Well, if I could make one, in the haste, I think may have exaggerated the extent of the Conservative success there. There was, in fact, a slight swing to Labour on those figures in Billericay. There was, of course, a Liberal intervention. It would point to a Conservative majority if the whole country behaved like Billericay of about 53 seats over Labour. However, of course, the Cheltenham result, which we just heard the end of, does point rather in the other direction. We'll come back to that in a moment.
May I point out the really remarkable thing in these two results is that the Liberals gained 40% as many votes as the Labour Party at Billericay, although they hadn't run there last time, and they gained 2/3 as many votes at Cheltenham as Labour, although they hadn't run there last time. Now, this seems to me to be wholly remarkable. They should get 40% of the Labour vote one place and 2/3 of the Labour vote at the other.
Any further comment?
Well, on the Cheltenham result, there was quite definitely, although it was, of course, a safe Conservative seat, there was quite definitely a swing to the Conservatives, a swing of 1.4% to the Conservatives. In Cheltenham, too, the turnout was up, not so strikingly as in Billericay, where it went up 5%. It went up only 2% in Cheltenham. But there was a swing to the Conservatives. In both these cases, the Liberals have polled strikingly well. They saved their deposit in both cases where they were intervening. They got 14% of the vote in Billericay and 19% of the vote in Cheltenham. This is certainly justifying what Mr. Byers was saying a few minutes ago.
I see signs of a potential result coming from somewhere far, far away, but it hasn't quite reached us yet. Let's go over to Cheltenham. I think the candidates are coming out. Yes, here they are.
Well, now, having made the declaration inside the town hall, the whole party, the three candidates, their wives, mayor and returning officer, are now on the portico outside the town hall with a large crowd of the public, the citizens of Cheltenham beneath them. And here's the mayor to make the public declaration to the assembled crowd of the poll.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Sorry, there's a result from Sutton, out of the blue. Here's Sutton.
And we're waiting now any second for the result from Sutton and Cheam, a pleasant, comfortable, middle-class dormitory suburb, always a Tory stronghold in recent history, in South London, with 58,000 on the roll, a big proportion daily commuters to the big city. A three-cornered fight, as you can see, left to right, Labour, Liberal, and there is, on the right, is the defending Tory candidate. And it would need a very dramatic swing to unseat him, Mr. Richard Sharples. There's no evidence from the figures there in the three trays. Mr. Sharples held this seat for the Conservatives at a by-election in '54. Mr. Sharples is the second from the left there. He won it again at in 1955 in a straight fight with Labour by over 14,000 votes. Still no sign at the moment. We're waiting for the town clerk to introduce the mayor. Now there's another result. Let's go back to London.
It's Salford. Let's go straight over to Salford, please.
is as follows. For Charles Royal, 23,167. For Herbert Henry Davis, 20,306.
They were Charles Royal receiving the applause from his supporters down at the end of the room there.
Well, I don't know whether Sutton and Cheam will get in first before the North. Let me tell you about the other two candidates. The Liberal is a Scottish barrister who's lived in this borough for 12 years. He didn't expect to win, but he reckoned he'd get a lot of votes which went Tory in the straight fight last time. I wonder just how many he'll get. And the Labour candidate is the youngest of the three. He's 24 years old, fighting his first election, and he was born in Sutton, Mr. Judd. And there he is. Pretty tense moment for him. Seems to me that several returning officers are hopeful of getting the result out a little bit earlier than they can tonight. It's been a very slick operation here at Sutton. Still no sign. Still that scrutiny with the Mayor, Councillor Thompson, waiting underneath to declare the result. 14,000 majority here the Tories had. And let's go back again to Salford.
Yes, indeed, to Salford, please.
And there is the sign, Salford East, are waiting now. It's been such a hot, perspiring job here. We're waiting for the announcement. And any moment, we're just waiting for the Mayor, Alderman T.C. Loftus, JP, to make his announcement for Salford East. It's been a neck-and-neck struggle between these two constituencies, so famed for being in first with the results. But this time, they've really made it a boat race. We're waiting for him to announce the result there. You would see the Mayor holding the paper up there, and any second, he should announce it. We've had the suggestion that the declaration is coming any moment, and I'm waiting now for the Mayor to turn round and make his announcement from the rostrum there. He's moving in amongst the crowd there, supporters, counters, people who have really done a magnificent job here. No sign yet of this promised announcement, which was promised immediately after that from West. Now, for the time being, I think that we had better hand you back to Richard Dimbleby in London. Hello, before you leave us, this may be the moment of pause. He's obviously waiting to make an announcement. Alderman Loftus standing there, pointing to the rest of the crowd, calling the candidates in, through, and here they come. Salford East candidates, Frank O'Lawn, the Socialist, and John H. Franks, the Conservative. And I can't see Mr. O'Lawn there, but there you've got a fine view of the back of the Mayor, who has been chasing really from room to room in this exciting struggle. Obviously, delighted supporter there, but still the candidate's not in view, and indeed they must have had some trouble moving. First of all, there's Councillor Johnny Franks, as is well known here, as standing just in front of the Mayor, half shadowed by the Mayor now, and any second we should see, there's Frank O'Lawn. So there he is. Frank O'Lawn has just moved in front of Johnny Franks. You'll forgive me for this diminutive, but in fact he is well known as Councillor Johnny Franks round here. He's standing on the left of the screen now. Frank O'Lawn is out of sight, just behind the Mayor, Alderman T.C. Loftus, JP. And still, that result that we're waiting for, really perspiring for, is yet to come. But surely this is the moment of truth. Wait, still that wait, and whether you can stand the strain in London, I simply don't know, but it's been most difficult for us to stand the strain here. Varying announcements of the time, and I'm speaking to you now with all the Loftus, pictures of L.S. Lowry staring down at me, and perhaps joining in the fun of this delay at the moment. The swiftest polling system in the country for counting. And here is the Mayor, and we're waiting for the announcement now. And the West score was Herbert Henry Davies, that is the Conservative, 20,306. Charles Royal, 23,167. And that is Salford West. And we are waiting for Salford East what the trouble is here, I simply wouldn't know. The slick oil machine we're so used to, perhaps, has got gummed up a bit. Still waiting, still breathing heavily after a scene of what has been completely, and I must say, organized chaos, but of people fingering those sheets, getting them turned over rapidly. But now, what is the halt? And there the mayor officer himself is a little perplexed at this delay. Waiting, London, are you waiting too? Is the whole of England waiting as we are here? Mr. Mayor, down off the rostrum again. And I think Richard Dimbleby, who's... here is the town clerk behind the mayor, so we've got the full force. Here, one wonders perhaps whether there's any chance of a recount here, with there being so many comings and goings. Here is the announcement.
The result in the East Salford division is as follows. Frank alone, 20,639.
Labour.
John Hyam Franks, 17,171. I declare Frank alone elected Member of Parliament for East Salford.
So Frank Alone returns to Parliament with that and the 20,000. And with that, we hand you back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
Confirmed that Labour has held Salford East. The majority last time was 1,730, and it's a bigger majority this time. David.
Well, on Salford West, there was a 2.2% swing to Labour. If that were reflected through the whole country, then you would get a Labour majority of 5 seats over the Conservatives, a real neck-and-neck race. However, on Salford East, the swing to Labour is much smaller, and so we're still groping on this. However, I must stress that these are the first 2 marginal seats. Salford West was the first really marginal seat we've had. It's also the first seat from the north. The north may be behaving differently from the south, and marginal seats may be behaving differently from the rest of the country. But in the first marginal seat that has come in, there has been a swing which points to a real neck-and-neck race.
And it's just 50 minutes since you said you'd tell us the answer.
Yes,
I say a neck-and-neck race now.
It's getting more difficult to tell the answer because the most significant swings, in a sense, have gone in opposite directions. The 2 southern places have shown improved Conservative strength, but even more impressive in a way, remarkable Liberal strength. And in the Salford area, which may be affected by regional interests in cotton and so on, the swing has been to Labour slightly.
And in every result so far, the turnout has been up. 2%, 5%, 2%, 4%. We are getting definitely a considerably higher turnout.
The result is ready in Sutton. No, it's confirmation of Sutton, isn't it? Let's take it now. Result in Sutton?
Yes, indeed. The result in Sutton, we expect any second now. The man we want to watch is the town clerk there, Mr. Arthur Priestley, who in a moment will introduce the mayor. The mayor will give us the result. And remember, in a straight fight between Tory and Labour, in the last election, it was a 14,000 majority for Mr. Richard Sharples, the Conservative.
Could I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, for the announcement of the result by the worshipful the Mayor.
The Labour candidate will be announced first.
Parliamentary election, Sutton and Cheam constituency. I hereby declare that the number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Judd Frank Ashcroft, 11,946.
About 4,000.
Montgomery John, 7,600. Sharples Richard Christopher, 27,344, and that Richard Christopher Sharples has been duly elected to serve as member for the Sutton and Cheam constituency.
So then, it's a win for the Conservative Party, a majority of 15,000 and nearly 400. Back now to Richard Dimbleby.
That the Conservatives are back at Sutton and Cheam with an increased majority. It was 14,333 last time in Mr. Tony Hancock's constituency.
Well, Sutton, if that is right, Sutton is the first seat to show a swing to the Conservatives. I haven't quite got the figures yet. There seems to be a slight hold-up. But it's worth stressing that on each of the other 4 seats, there was a swing to Labour of varying proportions. In the marginal seats, it was at its highest.
I'd like really, though, to emphasise that by far the most impressive thing to me is the swing to the Liberals. Again, a seat in which the Liberals had not stood last time. They've polled over 7,000, 2/3 of the Labour vote. And this is rather a striking success, I think, in 3 of the first 5 results.
In Sutton and Cheam, the swing, I said, was to the Conservatives. It was, of course, only very fractionally to them, just 1/3 of 1% to the Conservatives in a very safe Tory seat.
Here is the confirmation of Cheltenham. Conservative majority 9,272, previous majority 7,621. Further comments, gentlemen? None? Are you exhausted?
No, I'd say there's no clear trend emerging so far. It's quite wrong on the first 5 results anyway to be able to state with absolute confidence what's going to happen. I think we've got a neat, close race between the major parties, and so far rather spectacular Liberal gains in popular vote.
Yes, I would like to stress that the turnout in Sutton and Cheam, again, was 3% up. We are definitely getting more people voting. We've had it now in 6 constituencies, and I think there's no doubt about this. The other thing I'd like to stress is in the 2 Labour-held seats, 2 Labour marginals, relatively marginal in Sutton, in Salford, we've had quite a big swing to Labour, over 2%. In the 3 Conservative-held seats, 2 of them relatively safe, there's been just the slightest of swings through the Conservatives. In Billericay, which was rather a special case because of new housing and of Liberal intervention, there has been a swing of under 1% to Labour. It does point to a very close race. If I really had to go out on a limb on 5 results, I would say the Conservatives in by a nose. But I do want to hedge because it does look neck and neck. We really do need more evidence. And Bob Mackenzie's early warning that there might be more divergence in the results this time on 5 results has been justified so far.
I believe we're going to get a result from Exeter very shortly, but let's have a quick look at the party lead, see what's happened there before we go, shall we?
Doesn't tell us very much so far. Conservative lead over Labour 1 on only 5 results declared. It's lead there, not a net gain, remember that. It's not an improved position in terms of seats. And 5 declared is a very small sample, even for the pollsters who work in very small samples.
A quick look now at the state of the parties. Would you like to take them, perhaps, David?
Yes. Well, the state of the parties is 3 seats to the Conservatives, 2 to Labour, each holding their own strength. There is no change, and that's the thing to watch, though there are not many seats coming in the early lot, which should show a change. Watford is the first one we definitely know is likely to come in early, that one might expect a change on the basis of the present situation, with a swing to Labour on the average over these 5 results of 0.9. But the swing, mind you, has been higher in the marginals, and it's in the marginals that the election will be won or lost. We shall be keeping you up to date on the marginals as distinct from the others, though we shall, of course, give you the overall swing figures.
Certainly in those 2 Salford seats, if the Conservatives are going to improve their position nationally, one would have expected them to pick up at least one of them. Now, it may be a regional factor. The difficulties of the industries in that area may have accounted for the slight improvement in Labour's position. But it doesn't at that stage, in that bit of evidence, look like an improved Conservative position in that sort of industrial area.
Let's just check up now Sutton and Cheam to let you see the result, because we got it rather by that short nose people keep talking about, didn't we? The majority last time was 14,333, so the Conservatives have upped their majority by a little over 1,000.
And the Conservative percentage turnout was up by 3.2%. There was a 0.4% swing to the Conservative Party in that election. And there was a very striking Liberal vote, 16.2%.
To interrupt you, the result's ready in Exeter. Let's go down to the Queen of the West.
Well, the result is just coming up here at Exeter. We'll know in a moment who's won. The Sheriff of Exeter, Alderman Wheatley, will be giving us the figures. And remember, this is a Conservative seat where the Conservative, Mr. Dudley Williams, had a 5,000 majority at the last election. 5,000 in a straight fight, this time a 3-corner fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, the result of the poll is as follows. Rogers, 15,918.
He's the Labour man.
Taylor, 6,852. Williams, 21,500.
So the Conservative has won by an increased majority, And now they go outside the Civic Hall to announce the result to the people waiting there. And Mr. Dudley Williams waves his arms with a victory salute. in the confusion, I think I may have made a small error over the figures. It is not certain that Mr. Williams has in fact increased his majority, but we shall know in just a moment.
Yeah. Order, please.
Order. Order. Better show your bed. I don't think so.
Go on. Go on, Sheriff. Speak up. Ladies and gentlemen.
And now I hand you back to
Go on, do your best.
Do you want to hear the results of the poll? Rogers, 15,918. Taylor, 6,852. Williams, 21,500.
Now I return you from the cheers of Exeter to Richard Dimbleby in the studio in London.
Sorry, the tail end of the results always disappear in cheers. They disappear to my ears as well, but we'll pick it up in a minute. There's a result we might show you the Salford East result. A quick look at that. The Labour majority last time was 1,730. So that's substantially increased. In fact, it's just about doubled.
I may have misled you on that. There the swing was 2.4% to Labour in the second most marginal seat we've yet heard from this evening, but also only the second seat we've heard from the north of England.
And a quick check on Salford West to let you see that. The previous majority at Salford West was 859. That has gone up by 3.5.
In each of the Salfords, the number voting has gone up from 2 to 3%, and the swing has been between 2 and 3% as well. And in Exeter, if I might make a point on that one, which we passed by a moment ago, a 15% Liberal vote, quite a good vote for Liberal intervening, for not having fought last time.
We now go over to Cliff Mitchell.
We're talking about the 15% Liberal vote down at Exeter. Mr. Byers is now waiting, as I say, at the other end of London. Mr. Byers, what do you feel like now after these first results have come in with Liberal candidates in them?
Well, before we go any further, I wonder if I could ask you to stop your commentators using this silly phrase, Liberals intervening and Liberal intervention. This isn't a private fight between the Conservatives and the Socialists, and I think these results show that.
I will now instruct them, Mr. Byers, never to use the phrase Liberal intervention again. I
bet they don't.
You bet they don't?
Yeah.
We'll make jolly sure they won't.
All right. Well, now look at Billericay. I'm delighted with this. Of course, it's very early, but normally we get our worst results early and our better results tomorrow. Now, we polled 3,872 the last time we fought Billericay, which was in 1950. Now we've got 9,000. Cheltenham, this is a remarkable one. We've gone right back to the 1929 figure. We fought it last 30 years ago, and we polled 8,500.
Yeah.
Sutton and Cheam, 16% poll. I don't reckon that's bad at all. I haven't had time to look at the other results, except for Exeter, which shows, I think, that we're taking votes from both sides.
Well, you were saying just now, or when I spoke to you an hour ago, that a bigger turnout, in fact, would help you. Now, which particular seats have you got your eye on, in view of what Robert Mackenzie called just now, spectacular gains by the Liberals?
Well, I think I gave you a list of those before.
But any more in view of this later development?
Yes, I think that could be, but I wouldn't like to say at this stage.
Not at all?
No, I'd hope to be able to give you some more indications later on, but not now.
Mr. Byers, all right, thank you very much. But we will come back to you when 1 or 2 more are up to see if you will give us some firmer seats that you hope to gain. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, I feel that after Mr. Byers' intervention, I ought to ask my 2 commentators to apologise.
Well, I didn't use the word intervening.
I used the word intervening. I'm sorry if I gave any offence to the Liberals. It just is a convenient piece of shorthand for describing a seat where the Liberals fight this time and didn't fight last time. It is just a convenient form of words. It implies no disrespect to the great heritage of the Liberal Party.
And could I add, though, that when we talk about swing always, as if it were something that went from Conservative to Labour or Labour to Conservative, we may be omitting swing in the other direction to the Liberals or to abstention.
I promise that later I'll do full justice to that.
We will now check up on the result at Exeter, where Labour took part in the election. The figures were, as you now see, the Conservative majority at last time in 1955 was 5,388, so there was just that small difference of a shade under 300 in the lift in the Conservative majority. I might have mentioned, by the way, that Mr. Williams, the successful Conservative candidate, was the man who founded the firm 20 years ago with Sir Frank Whittle that made the very first jet engines before the Second World War.
And I just add there, too, Richard, that it does look as if Mr. Byers is right on this, that about half the Liberal vote came from each party, the Conservatives and Labour, each of which went down by about 3,000 votes, and to give the 6,000 odd to the Liberals.
Perhaps I could come in here. Ella has at last started giving us some figures. On 6 results, the average turnout has been 79.2%, and the swing has been 0.5% to Labour, 0.5% to Labour. But in the 2 seats with straight fight, which admittedly are just the 2 Salford seats, it's been 2.3% to Labour, the sort of thing that points to a really neck-and-neck finish if the Salfords are representative.
Secure in the knowledge that your old girl is not letting us down, Butler, would you like to go up and do total votes, just to look at the situation?
Total votes? No, they'll be coming up on the other thing, I think.
They should, shouldn't they?
Yes, they should be. One hasn't yet seen these machines fully in operation, but we've got quite a lot of material in now and should be able to tell you this. This machine is absolutely directly linked to Ella, and so the latest moment that we've got any figures from Ella, we should get the total votes figure there. On the 6 results we so far had, you see the Conservatives with 51.3% of the vote, Labour with 32.1% of the vote, the Liberals in the 3 seats they fought, 16.6%, and none of that old refrain, Mr. Byers, the Liberal candidate's lost his deposit. They haven't lost one yet.
You see, the thing is, the Liberals there are running at half the vote of the Labour Party, which is really quite striking, although admittedly not a national cross-section.
Now, for a breakaway from London, while I find out just exactly where Ella does work in here, I apologise, a breakaway from London, go well down into south-west Wales, right down practically to Little England beyond Wales. And let's go down and hear what there is to be said in the anthracite village of Cross Hands.
Well, here in Cross Hands, some of the miners have gone down to the shift, and the other miners who come home have gone home to have something to eat and get some sleep. But I've been invited into the home of Mrs. Williams and her family and some of her friends, and here we're taking a great deal of interest in the results that are coming out. The 2 constituencies in which we're on the frontier, Llanelli down there and Carmarthen there, these results won't be out until tomorrow, because they're both Labour. In fact, for 50 miles, all around here, I'm been asked very urgently to hand you back to Richard Dimbleby in London. I'll come back.
Because there's a result coming in sound only from Burnley and Lancashire. Sound only means we have no cameras there. You'll hear the voice of our commentator up there telling you the result. Straight over to Burnley.
Well, this is Stuart Hall in record-breaking Burnley, record poll and record time for announcement, and before a highly spirited, excited crowd, the Mayor, Councillor Edith Utley, will declare the result.
Pray silence for the worshipful, the Mayor, Miss Councillor Edith Utley, who will now declare the result of the election.
I declare the result of the poll in the Burnley constituency as follows. Edward Brooks, 20,902. Daniel Jones, 27,675. And that Daniel Jones has been duly elected to serve as the member for this constituency. Thank you.
Well, just to recap then, Daniel Jones, Labour, 27,683 votes. Edward Brooks, Conservative, 20,902 votes. The Labour candidate was then elected by a 6,773 majority, which is a little bit more than he had in 1955. A magnificent poll was... The
result is through from Hammersmith. Straight to Hammersmith, please.
Here at Hammersmith, we're waiting for the result. The candidates, Frank Tomney, Labour, David Bagnall, Conservative. At the last election, Labour won with a majority of 8,863. That's the figure to remember, 8,863. In a moment, the Mayor of Hammersmith, Councillor John Hayes, will be announcing the results from those steps. There was a total poll here of 36,209, a poll of 70%. This is 3,488 less than at the last election, but the electorate is now smaller. And now back.
The result of Gillingham is in, and here it is. Conservatives have held Gillingham. The previous majority was 4,145, so it has been increased by something like 75 or 80%. Maybe.
It's a very impressive increase. This is the first time we've had a really big swing to the Conservatives. 3.9%, nearly 4% swing to the Conservatives in Gillingham, a slightly increased poll, 1.1% increase in the poll. Just over 80% of people voted in Gillingham. This is the first thing we've had from the London, from in Kent, anyway.
Is there any chance that the spinal column of swing has been broken? We're getting a wonderful variation from certain northern constituencies down to the south.
Yes, but we're only getting at the most. The outside range has been 4% one way, 2% the other.
Another result on its way in, please. We've got a Westminster result in sound only. We take you straight over to Caxton Hall in London.
Caxton Hall doesn't seem to be coming through. And so in Burnley, I could tell you what happened there. There was a 1.5% swing to Labour. Now, this was a cotton town where one might have expected an exceptionally big swing to Labour.
I'll interrupt you again. Sorry, David. We will go back again to Caxton Hall. We are ready, I think, now. Over there.
Of London and Westminster. It's Rex Alston speaking from Caxton Hall. Votes for Conservative, 27,489. Votes for Labour, 10,301. Votes for Liberal, 4,409. Conservative majority over Labour, 17,018.
So the result, Conservatives in again for London and Westminster. The majority slightly down by a matter of about 1,000. Well, this is Parliament's own parish. Anyone got anything to say?
Liberal vote there smaller, though some evidence of stealing a little off both sides, since the vote for both sides went down, but it looks to me like the turnout may be down there too. I'm not quite clear on that yet.
Well, waiting for the figures, I might say that Burnley claimed too much in thinking its turnout was up. It was only less up than anywhere else.
Another result in sound only. We take you this time to Accrington in the north, to Accrington.
Well, this is Philip Robinson in Accrington, and the news here is that with an increased turnout of over 88%, Harry Hind, the Labour candidate, has been returned once again for Accrington, but with a reduced majority. Now, here are the figures. Harry Hind, Labour, 22,242. Martin Henry, Conservative, 21,642. Giving a majority, I think, in quick arithmetic, of 600. The previous Labour majority was 1,345, so you see there was a decrease. So with the news that there's been no change at Accrington, Harry Hind, the Labour candidate, is returned once again back to Richard Dimbleby in the studio.
Who has to hand you straight over to Hammersmith from the studio.
And here comes the Mayor, Councillor John Hayes, to announce the results for Hammersmith North.
Ladies and gentlemen, the parliamentary election for the constituency of Hammersmith North on the 8th of October 1959. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Bagnall William David Armstrong, 14,662. Tomney Frank,
Labour.
21,409, and that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency, Frank Tomney. Signed, John Hayes, returning officer. Mr. Tomney.
That gives a Labour majority of 6,747, which means that Labour's majority here at Hammersmith North has fallen by 2,116. And now I hand you back to Richard Dimbleby.
Those figures agree with ours. I'm expecting a result to come at any moment from somewhere. It's
Those are
bound
the
to.
first seats. That's the first seat in which the turnout has actually dropped, Hammersmith North. There was, in fact, there a swing to the Conservatives, 1.8%. I want to go back, if I may, to Accrington, where there was a swing to the Conservatives again of just under 1%. Now, I may have stressed too much the fact that in the Salfords, which were two marginal seats, the first two really relatively marginal seats we'd had, the Labour Party had a pretty big swing to them. In Accrington, another Lancashire town, more cotton town than the rest, there's been a swing to the Conservatives in a marginal seat. The two Salford results have been the two ones that have been most encouraging for Labour. It's very difficult here, trying to not to give too much optimism to one side or to the other, as the results seesaw to and fro.
Sorry, we have a result in now. London, cities of London and Westminster.
This is confirming the one that we had before.
Confirming the one we had already. Sorry to interrupt you. Where the Conservative is in again in the shape of Sir Harry Hilton Foster, the Solicitor General. There you get the figure, 17,188. The majority previously, 1,844. And there is Sir Harry, who some people say might be the next Speaker of the House of Commons, I believe.
Because he moved from York. He's one of the two sitting Conservative members who were Conservative members of the last Parliament who moved their constituency. I believe Brigadier Maclean moved from Lancaster up into Scotland. The turnout in Westminster was pretty low, only just over 60%, though it was slightly up on 1955.
I may mention, we were talking a moment ago, Hammersmith North, and saw the result. That, of course, is the constituency in which we all sit at this moment in the studio.
And cities of London and Westminster, it was the first case of a Liberal losing his deposit. He did get 10.4% of the vote, but he still lost his deposit. He didn't get an eighth of the total vote.
Could I point out that we're 10 results in, and I don't think anybody's prepared to say who's won yet, are they? With absolute confidence who's won this election?
Not with complete confidence, but it does seem that the Conservatives were in by a short head, I must say.
Well, this is an unusual election when after 10 results you're as cautious as that.
Yes, I'm always too willing to stick my neck out, too.
Before you start fighting, let us check the result of Burnley. Here it is. The Labour majority this time, as you see it, 6,773. It was, in the last election, 5,636, so it has gone up a matter of 1,000 and a bit.
The turnout was just about the same as last time, and there was a swing to Labour of about 1.5%.
Now, we've checked everything we can check up to date. We shall have some... I understand there's a result coming from Southampton Waterway very shortly. For the moment, however, I believe Mr. Gateskill may be in the count at Leeds, or so I understand. We said we were going to see him earlier. Let's see if we can catch him there this time. Over we go now to Key at Leeds.
Yes, Mr. Gateskill has just come in and received a rather unorthodox sort of reception of enthusiasm from such an august procedure as this. He's been just you can see him down there now talking to counters and party supporters. His wife is with him and his daughter. He's looking very happy and not at all worried by David Butler's forecast that the Conservatives are in by a short head. Later on, when we've had more results, we'll be talking to him and asking him what he thinks about the way it's going. Meantime, back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
I think we've got, yes, there's a result coming at any moment now, which I'm just waiting for 1 second, David. Yes, here it is. Hastings. Conservatives have held Hastings. Mr. Cooper Key, the majority previously was 8,536. It's gone up, as you see, by some 3,000. Hastings, the home of the Winkle Club. If I had a winkle, I'd winkle up.
The drop in the turnout there, quite 1.5%, and a swing to the Conservatives. We've had a swing to the Conservatives in every safe Conservative seat here. This may reflect the way in which the Labour Party, even more than the Conservatives, concentrated their organizational efforts on marginals and didn't try to fight very hard in the safe seats. Now, there are 2 points, if I may make, about the way the results have come so far. It does seem, insofar as you can make any conclusions yet, that the Liberal intervention has not hurt the Conservatives more than the Labour Party. Where they have intervened, there's still been a slightly better than average position from the Conservative point of view. Secondly, of course, I must stress, we haven't had any seats yet from genuinely rural areas. We've heard from suburban areas, from resorts, and from industrial towns. We haven't heard yet from genuinely rural areas. We shan't for some time.
Before we look at the state of the parties, may I say, when I said I'd like to winkle up, I didn't mean because of the result of that election, Hastings. It's the customary greeting to Hastings anyway. Party totals, and here they are.
And we're still 7 seats to the Conservatives, 5 seats to Labour. No seat has yet changed hands.
The magic column to watch is on the right.
What about the party to lead? Now, let's have a look at that.
The
Again, our 12 results are in. They've divided 7-5, and therefore there's a 2-seat lead to the Conservatives, which, of course, doesn't mean anything at all yet by way of indicating what's going to happen. It's not till there's a change of ownership and occupation of a seat that something really significant is on our hands.
Watching anxiously for one that hasn't yet arrived. Butler?
Well, I think I'd like to pause and digest what we've got so far. It certainly suggests that the uniform pattern of previous results has not been reflected as much in this time as it has been in previous elections. We've been sitting here tautly at 10 to 11. The results are flowing a little faster this time. We've been sitting here tautly trying to decide what the final outcome is. I'm still much more at sea than I felt in 1955 or 1951 or 1950 at this time of day.
Did anybody warn you this might be so?
Yes, Bob, you did, I know.
All right, gentlemen. How's Ella? Is she well?
Ella is well. On 11 results, she says that the turnout was 77.4%, and she says that there was a total swing to the Conservatives now on these results of 1% to the Conservatives. No change in the Liberal position because we haven't yet any seats where the Liberal fought last time. Everyone so far has been where the Liberals, if I may dare say it, intervened.
We will now leave London and pay a short visit to the Count at Manchester.
And here we are in the Great Hall at Manchester Town Hall, and looking now at the Cheetham division, where we're hoping for a result any moment. Cheetham was held at the last election by Labour with a majority of 8,531 by the present candidate, Norman Lever. He is a barrister.
I'm interrupting to say there's a result from Southampton. Over we go.
It will be the result of Southampton Test, which we shall see. And the town clerk is already in the long marble corridor, bringing down with him the sheriff who will read the result. We've got a very good crowd here, a rather noisy crowd outside the Civic Centre. They are in the doorway now, and there will be no nonsense and no delay here, because the town clerk of Southampton is a great stickler for election discipline, and I think this will go through with this formidable combination of legal and military precision.
Ladies and gentlemen, Southampton Test constituency. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Howard, 30,176.
Conservative.
Williams, 23,412. I declare John Howard elected.
That means there's no change in Southampton Test, and I return you now to Richard Dimbleby in London.
And I think the majority in Southampton, apparently, has been doubled. Manchester now.
And here we are back in Manchester again, but looking this time at the Moss Side constituency in another part of the Great Hall. We're waiting now for the announcement. Candidates here are J. Watts, Conservative, and Anne Morris, Labour.
Yes.
I, being the returning officer for the Manchester Moss Side constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. James Watts, 22,090. Mormon Morris, 13,371. And I declare that James Watts has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Those figures again. The Conservative candidate, James Watts, polled 22,090, and the Labour candidate, Morris, 13,371. No change there. Moss Side, you may remember, was in the very capable hands of Dame Florence Horsburgh. Anyway, now we're going back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
With the result for Hayes and Harlington, where Labour is in, majority last time 4,152, majority this time 6,118, I beg your pardon. The majority is reduced to 4,152.
A 3.5% swing to the Conservatives. I think now I want to bet probably on the prediction that it is a neck-and-neck race. There are enough things from enough parts of the country to point clearly to a Conservative victory in this election.
I'm not prepared to go along with that yet. I think it's quite likely, but by no means certain.
Shall we take confirmation of Accrington? Yes, here's Accrington. Just to check figures. Labour majority 600, Labour majority 1955, 1,345. We have a result, Manchester Exchange, or is that confirmation?
No, it's not confirmation,
No,
it's
this is a new result. Manchester Exchange, Labour's held the Exchange division of Manchester. The majority last time was 7,281, so they're up 1,500.
And the biggest swing to Labour in any election so far, 3.5% to Labour. There does seem to be a plain difference in North and South.
A new result from Guildford. Guildford, the Conservative is in. Majority last time, 11,328, so it's up a couple of thousand. Another one on the way.
Another Conservative victory there in a safe seat, a swing to the Conservatives, 1% in Guildford.
Here is Wolverhampton Southwest. Conservative is in again at Wolverhampton Southwest. The previous majority was 8,420. This time it has gone up by nearly 3,000.
A 4% swing to the Conservatives. Another new area of the country we hadn't heard from before, and the Conservatives doing much better there.
We will now go briefly to visit Derek Hart at Labour headquarters at Transport House.
Back at Transport House, here again is Mr. Morgan Phillips. Well, are you worried, Mr. Phillips, about this swing that seems to be taking place? In Southampton, the Conservative vote was the majority was nearly doubled. Does this worry you particularly?
Well, not particularly. What worries me, of course, is that the South isn't keeping pace with the North. It seems to me the swing in our favour in the North is much better than it is in the South. That does confirm, of course, the canvass returns we had earlier on. But we were hopeful that the more intense canvass in the North gave us more information than the more widely scattered canvass in the South.
Yes. Well, are you prepared to controvert what David Butler just said, that this is a clear-cut victory for the Conservatives?
Oh, I think that's very premature at this stage, because you see no seat has changed hands at all in the results up to date. And none of these that we expect in our first priority list have really come up yet.
Were you worried, disappointed rather, that the swing in the Burnley constituency wasn't greater?
Oh, no. The Burnley electorate is slightly down. You see, there are changes in the electorate when you're talking about swings that have to be taken into account. But one factor that's obvious in these elections so far is that the Liberals are taking as much from us as they are from the Conservatives, and in one or two cases even more.
Do you think that you underestimated perhaps the Liberal polling capacity in this election?
No, we didn't underestimate. I don't think their role, but our swing is greater in the straight fight seats than in the others.
Mr. Phillips, thank you. I must now hand this back to the studio and Richard Dimbleby.
That's to take you straight to Manchester, where I think there's a result coming.
Was as follows. Norman Harold Lever,
Labour,
20,941. O'Gara Mary Patricia,
Conservative,
11,605.
I further declare that Norman Harold Lever has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Well, no change again there. Labour have held Cheetham with Norman Lever, but I think Miss O'Gara, who is only 26, has certainly put up a very good fight. She is a school teacher. There she is. Anyway, now we're going back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
I think so much has happened. I think so much has happened that we'll take party totals. Here we are.
Well, there we are with 19 results in, 11 to the Conservatives, 8 to Labour. No change of seats yet. At the moment, we're just level pegging in that sense. We've still got to watch very closely on the swings. I must say it's an immensely tense job, the statistical side now.
Let's see party lead.
Would I just point out on that, if I may, that Labour must win 38 seats in the column net change to put out the government. In this election, they must put up 38 on the right-hand column if they're going to put out the government.
Let's have a quick look at the party lead. Bob, will you take the party lead?
Well, not anything exciting yet. Con lead over Lab 3, but there's only 19 in and no change.
There's a result coming from Manchester. Is this a new one? Sorry.
Well, I can stress that Moss side, this is confirmation from Moss side, where there was a 2% swing to Labour. Again, in the north, there is a very different picture from the south. The Conservatives, again, Labour Party is doing steadily better in Lancashire and not so well in the south.
While we're at it, here's the confirmation of Chatham. Labour majority, 9336. It was previously 8,531.
A swing to Labour of 2.2%.
Southampton test.
This is confirmation.
Confirmation.
Labour there loses one of its very colourful young women candidates, the daughter of Vera Brittain, the novelist, and Professor Catlin, the political scientist.
And the Conservative majority not quite double, but certainly very largely
a 2.5% swing to the Conservatives. And a slightly higher turnout, 1% up on turnout. I think there's something quite exciting in the hopper at the moment, but we'll wait for that.
Yes, I may say that Butler gets in secret information from Mrs. Eller down the end, and we try to see what it is. He keeps his hand over it until he's ready. Here's a result. Yes. London. Geoffrey Johnson-Smith is in for London, Holborn and St Pancras South. The previous Labour majority there was 931, so the Conservatives have taken this seat from Labour. Here is Mr. Johnson-Smith, whose face will be extremely familiar to you because he works in this very studio a lot of the time. Comments, please?
This is the first seat to change hands. The Conservatives have gained this seat. One should be careful about interpreting anything from Holborn and St Pancras, where they have had a large number of local disputes, which have many of them hit the national press. But at the same time, there was there a 2.5% swing to the Conservatives on a slightly increased poll.
Remember, no Liberal stood this time, and last time the Liberal got about 1,000 votes there at Holborn and St Pancras. And I understand the population changes about 15% a year there, so it is a little difficult to take it as a yardstick. Although, obviously, the first gain is important to the Conservatives.
Let us now have a look at the state of the parties, which has changed a little bit this time.
It's changed quite a lot more.
I'm afraid
we're ready for talking about
That's all right. We'll be caught it on the hop. We'll get back to
that.
have a look at
That's
it
known as a countdown.
We will have it for you in a moment. There it is, respectable.
One seat. 20 seats in, one Conservative gain.
There's a new result coming to interrupt you. Wolverhampton North East. Where there's been no change. I'm afraid I have no card available at this very moment for Wolverhampton to give you.
But this again was a cut majority. There was quite a big swing to the Conservatives in the other seat in Wolverhampton, and this one is also a swing to the Conservatives. It does seem the West Midlands are going to the Conservatives on the results we've had so far.
The Labour majority last time was over 9,000 here. Another result is here from Solihull, and here it is. The Conservatives have held Solihull. Majority last time 18,000, majority this time 23,000.
Another swing to the Conservatives in the West Midlands, 1.7% swing to the Conservatives on a slightly increased poll in Solihull.
This Mr. Lindsay, by the way, is a great explorer, a man who goes all over the world, Arctic and elsewhere.
He was, before the war, he was one of those who opposed Munich in the Conservative Party, a man of some independence and viewpoint.
Yes. We share our comments. Mine are human, yours are political.
On 20 results, the average swing to the Conservatives has been 0.7% to the Conservatives.
There's another result coming. We have two results. We will go then away for a result in sound only to Farnworth in the north.
This is Keith Macklin in Farnworth, and here Labour has held the seat with an increased majority in an 83.5% poll. The figures are Ernest Thornton Labour, 27,393, Albert Royce Conservative, 19,356, a majority of 8,037, a total poll of 46,749. And now back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
That is an increased majority for Labour at Farnworth. Here's the result for Wembley North. The Conservative is in again at Wembley North. The majority last time was 10,109. It's as near as can be, up 1,000 now. Comments?
And the Liberal has increased his support by about 50% in that constituency.
1.5% swing to the Conservatives in Wembley North. And, in fact, here we have again the pattern. In the south of England, around London, the Conservatives are plainly gaining. But so far, with the exception of Holborn and St Pancras North, which we've had, Holborn and St Pancras South, every result has been, in a relatively speaking, safe Conservative seat. We still are looking very eagerly for seeing how things are behaving in the marginals, how things are behaving in areas of England we've heard nothing from yet.
And, of course, let's face it, the factor of television may have played some part in that one changeover so far. That is, a very well-known television personality obviously has increased Conservative strength by a small proportion.
I may comment that in a strictly non-political way, Wing Commander Bullis, Wembley, may have deserved his victory. He's conducted 5,000 people around the Palace of Westminster. State of the party.
Here we have the picture, 22 seats in, 1 Conservative gain, 1 Labour loss. That's Holborn and St Pancras, the one seat that's changed hands.
May I explain that we have now changed to the state of the parties coming from the Press Association instead of using our own board. What has happened is that results have been pouring in and the PA figures have now caught up ours. This means that the figures you now see for party totals may not tally with the figure that you may be keeping on your knee at home. Don't be alarmed, it'll all come straight in a minute. Let's go quickly to the PA now and see whether David Coleman can tell us a little more about what may be an apparent discrepancy in figures. Over to Coleman. Well, as the gentleman said, there ain't no Coleman. David, we'll give it back to you.
Well, I was noticing on this very elaborate chart kept on my right by Graham Pyatt here that of the 22 seats we've had in, about an equal number have shown a swing to Labour and a swing to the Conservatives. We do look like having one of those very interesting elections from the point of view of those of us who study them, of seats and opinions moving both ways. But I'm afraid that opinions got to move pretty solidly in Labour's directions in the areas we haven't heard from for them to have a chance of pulling off a victory in this election.
These prognostications, however, they come from a very expert brain, I feel it my duty bound to say. We're watching little pictures all around the room to see what's happening next. Nothing is happening next. Not even Mackenzie looks as though he wants to say anything at all. Let's have a look at the state of the parties again. Are we back again on which board, I wonder? Here it is. This one.
Now we've got 24 results in and still one change only, going in the Conservative direction. That in the unusual constituency, where there's a tremendous turnover of population, and, of course, the seat captured by the first television star to report tonight. There are about half a dozen or so to come later on. We'll have to see just whether that becomes a factor in politics and on that side of the fence as well. But the magic column on the right, net change. Remember, Labour must pick up 38 seats in the right-hand column in order to upseat the government. If it does not do that, then they have no chance of winning. Conservatives leading Labour by 3 in the 24 declared.
Well, there is a situation at 11:05 p.m.
Perhaps I might say how much I rejoice at the pattern of results we've had so far. We have broken away quite plainly from the uniformity shown in previous results. In previous results, 90% of seats have been in within 1 or 2% of the national swing. Now I see over here a spread of 8%, from 4% swings to Labour, 4% swings to Conservatives on these results. And a very, very even spread along this continuum.
In other words, so far, the don't-knows are making up their minds in slightly different ways in different parts of the country. And this seems to me to be rather refreshing, after the terribly uniform swings we've had in the past.
There are all signs that another result is not going to be very long delayed, gentlemen. There is a sort of general egg-laying going on all around the room, which means that something is happening. We'll be with you in just a moment when we know what it is. Butler, would you like to take a little... Sorry, Mr. Butler is busy on a very urgent calculation. Warwick and Leamington has appeared as a result. Here it is. The Conservatives have held Sir Anthony Eden's old seat at Warwick. The previous majority at the 1957 by-election was 2,200. The Conservative majority this time is 13,079.
A 4% swing to Labour compared, sorry, a 2% swing to Labour compared to 1955, but then, of course, Sir Anthony Eden was the candidate. It is, of course, a very considerable swing to the Conservatives compared to the by-election 3 years ago when Sir Anthony Eden resigned his seat. There was an increased turnout there, too.
This tends to confirm one's impression that those by-elections were very misleading a year or two ago, when there were massive abstentions on the Conservative side, and now, faced with the choice of government, they're moving back in considerable numbers to that side. Striking, too, I thought, the Conservative candidate at Warwick and Leamington actually got 3,000 more votes than Anthony Eden himself did at the last election.
One point I think we missed, Bob, was that the one seat that changed hands was the first television personality reported.
I caught that when you were working with Ella.
That was when you had your nose, you know, into that machine there. Butler, would you now like to free yourself and try the scoreboard, please?
Well, if the scoreboard will come up, I will talk about it. But I think probably there's another result in the hopper, and therefore we're not going to the scoreboard.
Here it is. It's London Southwark. Labour has held Southwark. The majority in 1955 was 17,230. The majority this time for Labour, 12,340. Another result follows hard on its tail.
6% swing to the Conservatives there.
Here is Kingston upon Thames.
Oh, once again, it's the imposing Portland entrance to the Civic Centre. And once more, a wonderful cheer for the Superintendent of Police, followed very smartly by Town Clerk, Sheriff, Alderman Fremantle once again, and this time it's Southampton Itchen. A straight fight. Oh, last time the Labour majority of 5,000 odd.
Ladies and gentlemen, Southampton Itchen constituency. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given on each candidate at the election was as follows. King Horace, 29,123. King Evelyn, 25,390.
That's what we call the Battle Royal, the Battle of the Kings.
Horace King elected.
That's a Labour victory. No change in Southampton Itchen. I return you to Richard Dimbleby in London.
Here's Rotherham. Also no change. Labour's in at Rotherham. The majority last time was 11,541. It's different by only 2 votes. That really is no change, isn't it?
But there's actually there's a slightly increased turnout, and therefore there is a slight swing to the Conservatives. That's the first seat we've had from Yorkshire. In Itchen, Southampton certainly split its votes. There was a swing to the Conservatives in the Conservative-held seat. There's a substantial swing to Labour in the Labour-held seat we just had reported from Itchen. There, the swing was 5.5%, the biggest increase in Labour majority we've yet had. I believe there were some population changes there. It's always very difficult to calculate the exact effect of population changes, and they may have distorted the pattern. Nonetheless, there were 2 incumbent members, both getting substantially increased majorities. I think it might be interesting now, if it's possible, to go over and see what has been happening in the national picture swing. There, Bob Mackenzie explained earlier, it was necessary for 2% swing evenly spread over the whole country for Labour to have a chance. Well, on 22 results, the swing to the Conservatives has been 0.9%. But it's much harder to predict this election than any previous one because the country has plainly been behaving in a much less uniform fashion. And I don't at the moment expect that pointer to stay in just that place all the night, as it would have on previous elections, stayed where it settled after the first 4 or 5 results.
What about state of parties, please, while we're at it?
Here, the magic column on the right still shows the Conservatives ahead with 1 gain, and the figure to keep in mind is the 38, which the Labour Party must gain in that column in order to upseat the government.
There's a result in Southgate, which Sir Beverly Baxter has held his seat.
Well, I want to do three things to let these people...
This is Evelyn King, the gallant loser. We've missed the first part. Dr. Horace King making his speech.
To
He's
the
standing.
returning officer and officials.
Now here's the Chelsea result, which has just suddenly come in. The Conservatives have retained Chelsea, as one might expect, I think. Brentford and Chiswick. There's Mrs. Braddock. Just too late. Brentford and Chiswick, the two kings, which you saw Dr. King talking a moment ago, and we had to leave because there's another new one in at any moment. Now here it is, Derby North. Labour's in at Derby North. Previous majority 5,000. It's been halved, the majority, but Labour is back in the seat.
The first result from that part of the country...
Previous was 3,400 majority for Labour, turned into 170 majority for the Conservatives.
There was no Liberal this time. Last time, a 15%
I interrupt you to
Liberal
go
vote.
straight to Leeds as a result coming there.
We've got a result coming up now from Leeds West, where the sitting member is Mr. T.C. Pannell, Charlie Pannell, a Labour member. He had a majority of some 6,000 last time. The returning officer and the Lord Mayor, although it's a lady, we call her the Lord Mayor, are waiting for the candidates to come up at the moment. There seems to have been a slight hitch, but then there always is in these things, and I'm assured that, in fact, the result is out. There's Mr. Crouch is just about to approach the platform again. The Lord Mayor, you may know, has...
I declare the result for Leeds West constituency as follows. For Thomas Charles Pannell, 25,878 votes. For David Lange Crouch, 21,285. The majority is 4,593. And I declare to be elected Thomas Charles Pannell.
Labour victory, no change, majority slightly down. Back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
I'll give you another result from Manchester Ardwick, which Labour has held. This was the possible marginal seat. Labour's held the division, and we have another right on its tail, London Surbiton. The Conservatives have held Surbiton. Mr. Nigel Fisher used to work with Major Lloyd George. Conservatives slightly down, majority down. It was 12,000, it's 2,000 down. The Conservative
It dropped turnout, 2.5% swing to Labour.
Sorry, from Wigan.
Conservatives.
Labour has held Wigan, the oldest and most joked about borough in Lancashire. The majority last time was 16,000 and a bit, and this time 16,000, last time 17,000, a trifle down.
Swing to the Conservatives.
Almost
Labour.
next door is the result from Warrington, where Dr. Edith Summerskill, Labour, has been returned. Majority previously 5,600, so hers is down 600, and here is the lady, Dr. Summerskill.
Second
appears.
Lancashire swing to Labour, to the Conservatives.
And we have another from St Helens. St Helens, the glass-blowing town, where Labour has held the seat. The majority is 3,000 up. No, 2,000 up.
That's compared to the by-election. Compared to 55, a 2.5% swing to the Conservatives in St Helens. That's the biggest swing to the Conservatives we've yet had from Lancashire, which is supplying a very large proportion of the results at the moment.
The by-election here, of course, was when Sir Hartley Shawcross resigned, was it not? I think we might have a look at party total, shall we? We will. State of the parties. I ought to explain this time we really are taking the Press Association board. I misunderstood and thought we were before. This board is now probably ahead of us or right up with us.
Very important, 3 Conservative gains now.
It's another one we should be hearing about soon.
So that there is now, I agree, a tide setting in, although it's an uneven one on the edges, slightly in the Conservative direction.
We may find David Coleman there to tell us how up-to-date they're keeping this board. Shall we see? Are you there, Coleman? He's not there. Never mind. We carry straight on.
On those results, there was a 0.9% swing to the Conservatives in the country as a whole. In Lancashire, however, on 7 results, only a 0.8% swing to Labour.
A new result from Newcastle upon Tyne Central. Labour is back. The majority is down by 2,500.
The first result from Tyneside, a 0.7% swing to the Conservatives.
A new one from Liverpool, Scotland. Labour's held Scotland, Liverpool. David Logan, 88 years old, the oldest member in Parliament. And the Labour majority is down by 2,500.
There, 3.1% swing to the Conservatives in the first Liverpool seat we've heard from.
This would give it, if it kept on now, something like a 70 or 80 Conservative majority in the House, but still there's a chance of some regional variation that would cut that down.
Old David Logan we were talking about was returned unopposed 30 years ago when he succeeded T.P. O'Connor. He's represented this division ever since. He was the oldest member in the last Parliament.
T.P. O'Connor was elected first there in 1885,
Yes.
so the thing's had 80 years and the same in two people's hands.
They don't change much at Liverpool, Scotland. Here's a new one coming in, a result from Leeds West.
That's a confirmation of what we had before, I think, showing a 1.8% swing to the Conservatives in the first Leeds result that we've heard. Slightly increased turnout in West Leeds, up 1%.
You're quite right. It is confirmation. Not anything new, I'm sorry. State of the parties again, please, for a quick look.
Well, this is the same thing, I think, that we saw before. 3 seats have changed hands. We wait breathlessly to see what the 3rd seat that has changed hands. So far, of course, we have only heard from 2 seats that have changed hands.
Yes, you see, the state of the party board, as I said, is ahead of us. It's bound to be. But not all that far, as you will discover. Come on, where's that result we're looking for?
Conservative leads are now to be seen in the north and Midlands as well as in the south, and it's quite clear that the Labour improvement has been rather spotty in various parts of the country, and in some ways the increased Liberal vote is as striking as anything else. In some areas you've got the Liberals polling up to 30 or 40% of the Labour vote.
Let's just have a look at the party lead, shall we now? Different thing. Here we are.
On 52
David?
results, that's to say we're nearly a tenth of the way through. On 52 results, the Conservatives 4 ahead. If they hadn't gained those 3 seats that we've heard about, they would, of course, be 2 seats behind Labour. So they definitely are pulling out ahead, but the situation is still highly fluid.
You're protecting yourself tonight, I see.
Well, I've got cause to, I must say. The pattern is defying all precedent, which is a very healthy thing.
Bob, how do you view things?
Well, I agree. There's a considerable variation of the kind we haven't had in recent elections, and I think we can understand
Sorry,
why
there's
that
a
might be
result
so.
coming from Manchester. To interrupt you, straight to Manchester, please.
And in Manchester, we're waiting for the result of Blakely. This is a 3-cornered fight.
Johnson on my right.
A 3-cornered fight here. E.S.T. Johnson, Conservative. Crimes, Labour, and R.M. Hammond.
Crimes on my left.
The Liberal. The Conservative majority of the last election was 5,436. We're waiting intensely here.
I, being the returning officer for the Blakely constituency of Manchester, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Eric Seymour Thewlis Johnson,
Conservative.
22,163. Reginald Braithwaite Crimes,
Labour.
17,790. Robert Michael Hammond,
Liberal.
7,223. And I further declare that Eric Seymour Thewlis Johnson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
There we are then. No change in Blakely, Manchester. The figures. Johnson, Conservative, 22,163. Crimes, Labour, 17,790. Hammond, Liberal, 7,223. And now back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
Where we find that Labour has held Stockton on tees. This is where Mr. George Chetwynd defeated Mr. Macmillan in 1945. Majority in 1955 was 3,815, so it's down by about 600. Another result is in from Bath in Somerset. Isaac Pittman, whose name you associate with shorthand, has been returned at Bath. Majority a little down, 300 down this time.
Slight swing to Labour, and I think almost the first seat we've had from the West Country since Exeter. Back in Stockton, the first seat we'd the second seat we'd had from the northeast, there was a swing to the Conservatives, 0.8% there, very slightly increased turnout in Stockton, where they returned Mr. Chetwynd.
And looking back for a moment at Manchester Blakely, it was interesting the Liberals, who hadn't stood at all last time, picked up 7,000 votes, or about 40%, as large a vote as the Labour Party.
They actually got 15.3% of the total vote, and of course saved their deposit. I think there's only been one lost Liberal deposit this time, despite the much larger number of candidatures, a large number of seats they're fighting for the first time.
Incidentally, David, where do deposits go when they're lost? Just put that straight.
I believe they go straight into the Consolidated Fund.
I should have asked Bob, shouldn't I? Where do they go, Bob?
I think that's right.
Into what fund?
The Consolidated Fund of the National Revenue. They don't go into any special reservoir to help disabled candidates.
I knew someone
like
last week who thought that the losing candidates had to pay their money to the one who won. However, let us make it clear is not so. It goes into a fund.
Bath was another seat where the Liberals polled, very, relatively speaking, very well. They got 13% of the vote. This is much more than they've been getting in past elections in that sort of place.
I think we might take a trip out of town now to give ourselves a rest. The news has been getting pretty hot and pretty fast, and it's got the newspapers on their toes as well as television. Let us go now into the press room of the Birmingham Post, where they're just about ready to get cracking with the first edition. Over to the Birmingham Post.
Well, Birmingham as a city still waits for its results. I'm told the streets are crowded, particularly all around in the suburbs. There are 13 constituencies, but we probably won't hear from one of them until around midnight, something under half an hour from now. But it isn't only television people who work throughout an election result time like this. The presses have just started to run here with the first edition of the Birmingham Post. All the big papers will be pushing out a first edition around now early because people like to read about it just as much as they, even if they already know the result. The poll here in Birmingham, according to all reports, has been very heavy. Labour say over 85% at some stations. The Liberals say that they were out very early, pulling all the promise of their canvass, but we shan't know for a time. Now here's a first copy of the press of the first edition of the Birmingham Post. First results favour the government, says the front headline. Of course, there'll be more and more editions as the night wears on. There it is for you to see for yourself. And with that, we can go back to Richard Dimbleby in the studio.
Well, we've just been having a quick look at the front page of the Birmingham Post, and I think my pundits all agree that it's correct, don't they?
I would agree that it's correct.
Yes, there's no doubt about it.
If I look at the results, the only confidence for Labour on the results so far this evening has come from Lancashire. There were only about two other swings, except for those from Lancashire, that have favoured Labour. In every other part of the country, they have gone to the Conservatives. The swing has been in the Conservatives' favour. I'm going right out on a limb. The Conservatives are going to win this election.
Well, now it's safe, I agree. The Liberals, I would add, however, have made quite startling gains, and we're not ordinarily taking them into account in talking about our swing. It is significant the way they're getting up to 30 or 40% of the Labour vote, and that is their aim, after all, to
I'm
replace
stopping
the
you
Labour
quickly
Party.
for Southport, Bob, sorry.
Yes,
the
indeed.
Conservatives are in again for Southport. Wonder how Lord Street's feeling. Majority last time was 17,400. It's now 15,500, down by 2,900.
This is another sensational result from the point of view of the Liberals. The Liberals ousted Labour from second place, although they didn't fight last time. The intervening Liberals, Mr. Byers, are intervening to some purpose there.
And they never had anything like that the last time they did stand in 1952, where they had 3,000 votes. They're now up to 12,000.
Another result is on the way. Here it is. Dr. Charles Hill is in at Luton. The majority is up. It was 4,400 from last time. It's this time, as you see, just over 5,000. Here is Dr. Charles Hill, a familiar face and a very deep and well-known voice on the radio.
The first thing we've had from that part of the country, and 0.5% swing to the Conservatives. One more area where the swing seems definitely in favour of the government.
May I say, there, of course, the Conservative minister back. Dr. Hill is the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Another result is in from the London area. In Bermondsey, Labour has retained the seat. Yes, previous majority is 17,000. The majority is down by 3,000. This is Mr. Mellish, a very popular member of Parliament, who is known as the Dockers MP. He's back safely there.
But a
More
4%
results
swing to the
follow.
Conservatives in Bermondsey on a slightly higher turnout than last time.
Manchester Blackley.
That's a confirmation.
It is a confirmation, I'm sorry, I have to be corrected, has held Blakely, not Blackley. There are the figures if you wish to see them. A result, Newcastle on Tyne North, the Conservative is in there. majority is very nearly doubled. It was 6,452 at the 57 by-election.
But compared to 1955, there is just a swing of 1.1% to the Conservatives there. It was Major Gwilym Lloyd George's seat before he had a peerage when he left the Home Secretaryship.
Newcastle upon Tyne, Northumberland, the great shipping town, the port, and the exporter of coal. Must get my geographical facts in sometime. There isn't much time at the moment, is there? Here's another one coming up from a town I know very well. It's Winchester. A Conservative is in again at Winchester, which used to be the capital of England, Mr. Smithers. The majority up by about 1,500.
And from this safe seat, with some rural areas, there's a 1.8% swing to the Conservatives. I think it's the first seat we've had from the Hampshire County constituency.
And
there
off
is the swing that way.
To Liverpool Kirkdale. Conservatives have held Kirkdale, which was a marginal seat with a possible change. Mr. Pannell is here. The Labour majority, I beg your pardon, Conservative majority was 1,800 before. It's been substantially increased. Here is Watford. Conservatives have held Watford, another possible marginal seat, and they have increased their majority from 1,700 to 2,900.
So the Liberals have doubled their vote in 1951, the last time they stood.
They just saved their deposit with just over 1/8 of the total vote. There was a swing to the Conservatives in Watford, 1.2%.
Well, you've now had a couple of marginals running.
A couple of marginals running, the sort of things that Labour should have been picking up if it was to make any headroads in this election.
Here we come, a new result from Bury and Radcliffe in Lancashire. The Conservatives have held this marginal seat. Majority last time 3,700. They've put it up by nearly 100.5.
It's a marginal seat, but it's never
Here
gone
is another,
Labour.
sorry, Liverpool Toxteth. Conservatives have held Toxteth. Majority is down. This is Mr. Bevins, Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, who is back safely at Toxteth.
Very slight swing to Labour in Toxteth. It's the second Liverpool result. The first one showed a swing to the Conservatives.
We'd better start having a look at our totals again, I think, haven't we, after this? Has there been some sort of a change?
Should we get
I think probably that we could look at the total votes, which must have piled up quite a lot in the last few minutes. And we probably can, yes, there you see Ella rushing up to date, and with the Conservatives now with a slightly smaller proportion of the vote, although this just is the chance of the seats that have been coming in. We've got 3 million votes in now, the Conservatives with 51% of them.
Let's have a look at the party lead now, as well as the total vote, shall we? Party lead.
The Conservatives are 7 seats ahead
I'm
of
stopping
Labour.
you. For Manchester, there's a result, I think. Over to Manchester, please.
And here in Manchester, we're waiting for the final result from Gorton. And this is a seat contested by Connie Ziliakis, Labour, and Donald Moore, the Conservative candidate. Now, this is a very marginal seat. At the last election, the Labour majority for...
I'm giving you a result quickly from Eccles before we go back to Manchester. Labour's held the marginal seat at Eccles and has dropped the majority slightly. It was
Slight swing to the
2,300
Conservatives.
before.
0.4% to the Conservatives there in Eccles.
Back again to Manchester. Here we are.
As I was saying, the majority last time for Labour here in the Gorton constituency was just 269, which is pretty close. Just how it's going to go this time, I can't really tell you. Everybody's keeping their fingers very tightly crossed. I think that is the Conservative candidate. You can see him just slightly down to the left. The statue of Edward VII there is on crutches. He was in the Navy during the war and lost his leg in HMS Dorsetshire when she was dive-bombed by these Japanese suicide bombers. He's a holder of the King's Medal, and he's a headmaster of a mixed secondary technical school. There on the right is his opponent, Connie Ziliakis. He was very well known up in the northeast. He was MP for Gateshead from 1945 to 1950. Man of many.
I'm interrupting for London Bethnal Green. Labour has held Bethnal Green. The majority is down from 20,000 to 16,800, as you see. Another result is in from Acton. In Acton, which is a marginal, the Conservatives have won the seat from Labour. The majority, this time, 920 is against Labour's 525.
That's that third Conservative gain we were looking for. 2% swing to the Conservatives in Acton, where housing changes, I believe, helped the Conservatives.
Before we go back to Manchester, perhaps here is Thurrock. Labour's held Thurrock. 15,300 last time, down to 12,000 this time.
Big swing to the Conservatives there, nearly 5%, 4.6% to the Conservatives in Thurrock.
Better go back to Manchester, have we not? I think things are happening.
Well, if that swing that you mentioned there is echoed here in Gorton, this may well be another gain for Conservatives, but it's too early to say. It's really anybody's guess. Connie Ziliakis moving around just by the door there.
I'm interrupting again to give you the fact that Mr. Ernest Marples, Postmaster General, is back in Wallasey.
Exactly the same proportions as last time.
Yes, and here is Ernie Marples, as everybody calls him, the active Postmaster General. There's the result from Wallasey. Here's East Ham North, which Labour has held. Majority from 3,800 up, down from 5,900. They've dropped a couple of thousand.
2.3 to the Conservatives.
Back to Manchester.
Well, if Richard Dimbleby does this to me again, I shall have hiccups. Anyway, here we are back for a third time, I think, with Gorton still waiting for the Lord Mayor to come in and tell us the result in this very marginal seat. Just recapping, the Labour majority at the last election, when Ziliakis' opponent was Campbell, the Conservative, was only 269. Ziliakis is on the right of your picture there, with the Gazette in his buttonhole, man brushing his hair back in front of him. A man of very wide experience. He was educated in Sweden, England, and Yale University. Very well known as a writer.
Wheeler in Manchester must have hiccups now because here's East Ham South. Labour has held the seat. The majority is down by about 1,500 or more, 1,800.
2.5% swing to the Conservatives in East Ham South.
Here's Manchester Wythenshawe before we go back to the other Manchester. There's no change there. The Conservatives have held it. It's a marginal seat. They might have lost, but they haven't done. Majority down from 2,800 to 1,300.
1.7% swing to Labour in Wythenshawe, where housing helped them.
Back to Wheeler and City Hall.
Well, here we are back in Gorton. This isn't a candidate. As a matter of fact, that was...
Ladies and gentlemen, the Lord Mayor.
The Lord Mayor enters. Harold Quinney. And now for this very exciting and very close result we anticipate. Last word with the candidates. We should have the result any moment for Manchester, Gorton.
I, being the returning officer for the Gorton constituency of Manchester, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Connie Ziliakis,
Labour,
23,337. Henry Donald Moore, 22,480. And I further declare that Connie Ziliakis has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
So there we are. That is, after all, held by Labour. The figures: Connie Ziliakis, Labour, 23,337. More Conservative, 22,480. With that result, Manchester Gorton back to Richard Dimbleby.
Here's the result: Liverpool-Garston. Conservatives are held Liverpool-Garston. Here's another one following behind, which is Northampton. Labour has held Northampton, a marginal seat which they might have lost. Let's have a quick look at the state of the parties. There's a change there which reflects the victory of Mr. Jeremy Thorpe, the Liberal in North Devon. Not yet come in, but that's true.
That is indeed.
This, of course, is a very striking situation indeed. Both the Conservatives have gained 2, the Liberals have gained 1, Jeremy Thorpe at North Devon. The result now can only be called pretty disastrous for the Labour Party. The Conservatives are back, I think, almost certainly, and the swing that has gone against the Conservatives in some places has tended to go to the Liberals and not to Labour.
The average swing of 1% would leave a Conservative majority of 100 over Labour, almost exactly.
Conservatives have done the impossible and won 3 elections in a row.
A result: Stockport North. The Conservatives have held the marginal seat of Stockport North, or possibly marginal. Sir Norman Hulbert is back. The majority is down by about 1,000 and a bit.
A 1.7% swing to Labour.
On its tail comes Merton and Morton, which the Conservatives have held. The previous majority 6,300, now 8,000, an increase. That brings us almost to date, but here is our Liberal result from Devon North, which will be with you in a moment, and here it is. The Liberals have won North Devon from the Conservatives.
How long ago is it since the Liberals won a seat at a general election? A fresh new gain, quite a while.
It is indeed. Since 1950 was the last time, I think.
I must interrupt you. Here's Eton and Slough. Fenner Brockway has been defeated. No. I'm sorry, I have the wrong card.
No, he's back in with a very much reduced majority. Brockway's back in with a very much reduced majority.
There must have been a recount there. It's the smallest majority by far that we've yet had.
There has been a recount, I understand, and Brockway, the long-standing, very energetic Labour MP, a great expert in colonial affairs, has come back with a very much reduced majority.
3% swing to the Conservatives in Eton and Slough, not quite enough.
I'll redeem myself with Stockport South. Stockport South, the Conservatives have retained. There's a possible marginal here. The majority was 4,100 last time. It's dropped to 2.5.
2.2% to the
Here's
Labour
another
Party.
One in London, Shoreditch and Finsbury. Labour has held Shoreditch and Finsbury. The majority this time has increased from 6,900 at the 1958 by-election to the present figure that you see on the screen.
Very low poll in that by-election, of course, obviously accounts for the fact that the majority has gone up so sharply.
There's another one in Bolton West. The Liberals have held Bolton West, which might have been a marginal, in fact was. Majority, Liberal majority, has gone from 4,800 down to 3,988.
Another of these cotton towns, but now the scoreboard's going to look more interesting when we next go back to it, because there'll be two Liberals in it. And we'll have a different sort of picture, not just this ding-dong fight between the two major parties.
We've got our first Scottish result coming shortly, gentlemen, but don't let that interrupt us. Do we want to look at states of parties at the moment, do you think?
If we can go.
No, over to Cliff Mitchellmore has a guest, I think, in the studio.
Well, just about an hour ago, the first Conservative game was announced from Holborn and St Pancras, where Mrs Lena Jager, the sitting Labour member, was beaten by somebody that I know very well indeed, and you know very well indeed too. A Conservative gain, but as an MP, Geoffrey, or Geoffrey Johnson-Smith, he is, of course, a tonight loss. Now, both the commentators here emphasised that you were a television personality. How much did this play a part, do you think?
I don't think it helped very much at all. Mrs Jager was well known, as any MP is well known in the constituency. It helped me this way, that I was as well known as she was, so I didn't need the build-up that someone invariably needs when he's contesting a seat against a sitting member.
I'm a bootle, dear. Bootle. I'm having to interrupt for a moment because here's the Bootle result. Labour has held the marginal seat of Bootle. Majority was 1,440, and it's up fairly substantially there. Following on its tail, here's Baronscourt.
Really highlight result, another Conservative gain.
Where the Conservatives have captured Baronscourt from Labour and have knocked out a Labour majority and produced a Conservative one of 900. On its tail comes a result from Hornsey. Lady Gammons is in for Hornsey, widow of the former Assistant Postmaster General. There's no change here. Conservatives have held the seat. Back to Cliff Mitchellmore with our apologies.
It didn't help you at all?
No, not entirely in this respect. I mean, it did help me because I was known. Yeah. And therefore, you know, when you're contesting a seat against someone who was a sitting member, well, the sitting member always had that advantage. But in this case, she didn't. But this is what happened. I would go to people and say, you're Geoffrey Johnson-Smith on BBC Television Tonight. I always vote Conservative, and I'd vote for you whoever you were, because I always vote Conservative. Then I have some people who say to me and say, oh, you're from Tonight. Well, I like you all right, and I like your programme, and I hope you get back to it soon. I'm voting Labour.
Now, how vigorous a campaign was it? Some of us had great fears for your safety down there, because it is a very vigorous constituency, isn't it?
Very vigorous indeed, and that's putting it mildly. There was some degree of bitterness, because we had a Conservative Borough Council was elected only a few months ago that introduced a very controversial rent rebate scheme, a differential rent scheme for council houses and council tenants. And this, of course, resulted in people protesting about it. We had parades up and down the place. We had 3,000 people who marched in Tory's central office headquarters. And councillors were chased into the subways and that sort of thing. And this made it extra tough and far more difficult, I think, as a campaign if we hadn't had that issue brought into it.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Geoffrey. I'm sorry that we're losing you.
Well, I'll miss tonight, too. Thank you, Cliff.
No. I'm interrupting again with apologies. Here's Manchester Gorton. It's really only confirmation, is it not? I don't know why we stopped for that. The result we really want is Oxford. The Conservatives have held Oxford. The Honourable Christopher Woodhouse, Monty Woodhouse, head of the Institute of International Affairs, is back. Majority is up a little on the previous one of 7,700. Here is Dewsbury. Labour is in at Dewsbury. The majority is halved. It was 7,400 last time. On its tail comes another one from the south of
The
England.
Liberals getting 7,000 there, too.
From the beloved New Forest. The Conservatives have held the New Forest. Colonel Crossthwaite Eyre is back. The majority is a little up by 2,000 on what it was last time. Here comes on its tail Darwin in Lancashire. We're popping around the country. The Conservatives have held Darwin. Charles Fletcher Cook is back. The majority is up by about 400.
Slight swing to them, 0.2%.
Thank you. And here on its tail comes yet another. This is Leicester North East. Labour has held Leicester North East, the town of 1,000 trades. The majority, 1,400 this time, 5,170 last time.
4.5% swing to the Conservatives there.
Here comes our first Scottish result from Dunfermline Town, the blood red wine. This is the boroughs, in fact, Dunfermline. Labour is back. Majority 8,700, which is 600 or 700 up on last time.
0.3% swing to the Conservatives, to Labour in the first Scottish result.
Here's the second Scottish result, Kilmarnock. Labour's held Kilmarnock, one of the very heavy industrial areas of Scotland. This majority 10,000 as opposed to 8,000 last time.
1.8% swing to Labour in the second Scottish result.
Ipswich in the eastern counties, where it's been held by Labour in the shape of Mr. Dinglefoot. This is a marginal seat which Labour might have lost. The majority, 3,200. Last time was 7,007.
It's a very striking Liberal vote there,
Here's
too.
Leicester South East. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bob. Leicester South East, where the Conservative is in. This is Mr. Peel. The majority is up from 6,400 to 14,600. Here's Leeds on its
7% swing
A
there.
result due in Leeds over there straight away from London.
Well, very soon I think we're going to have the result from Leeds South, which, of course, is Mr. Hugh Gaitskell's seat. There's no actual intense sign of activity at the moment, but I think it's coming up. His opponents here have been a young man, Mr. John Addy, the Conservative, who was rather bitter at the beginning of the election because he said Mr. Gaitskell was never in the constituency. But Mr. Gaitskell's rather made up for that lately. Anyway, he was busy at the time, I think one can say. There's also a Liberal...
I'm interrupting for a moment from the north to take Crewe. Labour have held the seat at Crewe, the majority from 6,300 down to 3,700.
3.4% swing to Labour.
On its tail comes Manchester Openshaw, which Labour has also held. Majority 8,000 up to 8,400. On its tail comes Liverpool Edge Hill, which Labour has held. Here's a marginal seat. Labour's held it. The majority down from 1,120 to 699 back to Leeds.
Well, yes, we've definitely got Leeds South coming up. The returning officer is just talking to Mr. Gaitskell down there. You can see Mr. Gaitskell with his hand on the rail. And behind him is Mr. Addy, behind Mr. Gaitskell. Mr. Brian Meeks, the Liberal candidate, is also there just in front of the poster. Mr. Brian Meeks has been bold, I think, standing here. It's the only Liberal in Leeds. There's a crowd waiting outside, I believe, of some proportions. Yes, there are. And doubtless they'll be receiving the report with some enthusiasm.
Interruptions for a moment. Interruptions, because here's London, Paddington South. The Conservatives have held it. The majority from 7,000, just up 7,287. Also waiting is a result from Smethwick. Patrick Gordon Walker for Labour has been returned for Smethwick. He's a member of the Shadow Cabinet. Here he is, just to have a quick look. No, he is
the Conservatives
coming up now.
The Leeds South constituency as follows. For Hugh Todd Naylor Gaitskell,
Labour,
24,442. For John Francis William Addy, 12,956. For John Brian Meeks,
Liberal,
4,340. And I declare to be elected Hugh Todd Naylor Gaitskell.
Well, those are the cheers for Hugh Gaitskell, elected again for Leeds South and back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
If a quick calculation is right, Mr. Gaitskell's majority is down by just a little, about
1.5% swing against Mr. Gaitskell, about the same as against the whole of his party in this election.
As I was trying to say, down by 900. Brighton Pavilion. The Conservatives held the Pavilion division of Brighton. Majority from 15,000 down slightly to 14. We're going to Burnley in Sound for a result there.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the result of the voting in the constituency Glasgow Kelvin Grove. Mr. Lilly, 12,355.
He's the Conservative.
Mrs. McAllister, 11,254.
Labour.
Mr. Park, 740.
ILP.
And I declare that Mr. Lilly has been duly elected to serve in Parliament as a member for the constituency Glasgow Kelvin Grove.
A Conservative gain on a 71% approximate poll, up about 10% from the by-election in 1958. And now back to Richard Dimbleby in the studio.
Sorry I tried to send you to Scotland instead of that, but I couldn't help it. Never mind. We've another result. Glasgow Mary Hill is here. Glasgow Mary Hill. Glasgow Mary Hill. Sorry, all confused. Labour's in there. The majority from 9,500 up from 8,600.
Labour making certain Scottish gains, though they lost that seat at Kelvin Grove, which is very important, the seat before this one.
We are going to Leeds, it appears, for information. It's probably Mr. Gaitskell's speech. Let's go straight back to Leeds.
I declare the result for Leeds South constituency as follows. For Hugh Todd Naylor Gaitskell, 24,442. For John Francis William Addy, 12,956. For John Brian Mead, 4,340. And I declare to be elected Hugh Todd Naylor Gaitskell.
I should like to express to the electors of South Leeds my great appreciation of the fact that again in 1959 they have chosen me to be their Member of Parliament. And I would like to say that whatever may be the national result of this election will not make the slightest difference to my desire and intention to serve them as their Member of Parliament. I shall hope to look after their interests regardless of politics in the coming years as I have endeavoured to do in the past. I should also like to take the opportunity of expressing my special thanks to all those supporters of our party who have worked so hard in this election. I have a special reason for that, because I happened, unfortunately, not to be in the constituency for very long during the election. But nevertheless, or perhaps because of my absence, they worked even better than usual. And I much appreciate it. And I would like to say...
We are leaving Mr. Gaitskell's speech for a moment. Here is Ruislip and Northfield, where the Conservative is in. The majority has gone up from 11,555 last time. The second results in Albans, the Conservatives have held Verulamium, the Roman town. Mr. Victor Goodhue is in. The majority has gone from 5,700 up to 8,500. In Glasgow, Springburn, Labour has held Springburn. The Labour has held Springburn. The majority, 6,100, is an increase on 5,773 last time.
1% to Labour swing.
Communist candidate, 1,235. He's lost some money. Liverpool, West Derby. The Conservatives have held this marginal seat of West Derby, Liverpool. Previous majority there was 2,600. They've upped it to 3,000, well, to 3,333. Liverpool, Wavertree. Liverpool, Wavertree. Conservatives have held Wavertree. Their majority there has also gone up very slightly by about 600. In London again, we come back for Harrow East, where Harrow East has, Harrow East has been held by the Conservatives. It was a marginal seat. The majority from 5,900, it was before only 2,200.
3% swing to the Conservatives in Harrow East compared to 55.
Here is Romford in Essex. Labour's back for Romford, itself a marginal seat. The Conservatives have not gained from them. The Labour majority from 2,600 has gone down to 607, Labour and Co-op majority. Here is Brighton Kemp Town. That the Conservatives have held the Kemp Town division of Brighton. A very adventurous candidate, Mr. James. The majority, 5,200 before. It's up by 5. Here is Sevenoaks. The Conservatives are in again at Sevenoaks. The majority there has gone up a couple of thousand. This is a junior Conservative minister, back, Mr. Rogers.
4% swing to the Conservatives. Liberals doing well there.
The Conservatives have also held Bolton East, a marginal seat. Previous majority, 3,500. There you are.
1% swing to Labour in that Cotton Town.
And in London, Hampstead, the Conservatives, Mr. Henry Brooks, been returned for Hampstead. Majority, 12,006, 100 less than last time. There's Mr. Brooke, the Minister of Housing, Local Government and for Welsh Affairs.
Very big Liberal vote, more than half the Labour vote and a third of the Conservative vote.
Here's confirmation of Leeds South. Mr. Gateskill, Leader of the Opposition, no change. Here is Mr. Gateskill, who you heard speaking just a moment ago. His majority, 11,400 last time, this time, as opposed to 12,000.
Though his party is almost certainly defeated, so there is personal drama in his appearance recently, accepting his victory, personal victory, but the party is defeated.
A result from Wakefield, where Arthur Creech-Jones for Labour is in Wakefield in the West Riding. Labour spokesman on colonial questions, former Labour Secretary of State for the Colonies. Majority swing. About the same.
To Labour.
A result now from Leicester South West. Labour's Chief Whip, Mr. Herbert Boughton, is back for Leicester South West. Majority, instead of 4,400 last time, down to 2,007.
2% to the Conservatives in Leicester South West. Turnout up there, as in so many other seats we've been hearing from tonight.
Bob, you'd like to repeat the point you were making about Mr. Gateskill?
Well, I was just saying there is an element of personal drama in Mr. Gateskill's position. He's been returned himself, but his party now has almost certainly been defeated, and this is a remarkably serious problem for them. The third loss in a row. It's not happened before in modern British politics.
David, there's a result coming from Glasgow, I think in sound only. That is highest to Scotland.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the result of the voting in the constituency Glasgow Wood side. Mr. William Grant, 16,567.
Conservative.
Mr. John McGinley, 14,483. Mr.
Labour.
George McLaughlin, 2,583. And I declare Mr. William Grant has been duly elected to serve in Parliament as a member for the constituency of Glasgow Woodside.
No change.
I've just heard, by the way, Sir Winston Churchill is back at Woodford. That's just a tidbit. There's one more result waiting, but we apparently want to say to the parties first. Go to them quickly, shall we? Here they are, men.
Conservatives up 4 seats on 115 results. Labour down 5. The Liberals have gained 1 seat from the Conservatives.
Now, overwhelmingly certain, I would say, that the Conservatives have won the election, and it's a matter now of seeing what kind of majority, increased majority almost certainly, they'll have.
Result for Batley and Morley in the West Riding. Labour's held Batley and Morley. Batley and Morley, 7,666 this time, which is 2,000 or a little less, 1,600 less than in 1955.
2% swing to the Conservatives.
That's a heavy wool and textile town. geographical colour. Short pause for breath. We've done our totals. No more messages. Any situation changes in general? David, have you got something to say?
Well, I'm waiting in a little while. I'll give you the overall swing figure.
All right, take a rest. Bob's dying to say something.
Well, I think it's time just to note that the remarkable fact is that the Liberals have strengthened their position while Labour's position has weakened. And this is part of the thing they've been trying to do.
Sorry
Joe
to
Grimmer's
stop you.
aim.
Here is the Woodford result I gave you very quickly just now. Sir Winston Churchill is back again for Woodford, and this means that he becomes the only thing he never has been, the father of the House of Commons.
There was, in fact, a slight swing to Labour in Woodford, but still an overwhelming Conservative majority.
Sir Winston's
20th fight.
21st.
21st.
Challenge you. There's another result following up behind after this result, who sat in the House continuously since 1900. Here is Pudsey, perhaps I ought to say. The Conservatives have held the marginal seat of Pudsey, where Len Hutton and Sutcliffe were born, in the West Riding. The majority, 6,500, now is 2,000 up on the previous Conservative majority.
Big Liberal vote there.
We're going to Leeds for informational speeches. No, we're going to our studio in Leeds to join Robert Key for an interview.
No actual gains yet. No actual gains yet.
In Scotland, no actual gains, but there's been a swing towards Labour in Scotland and Lancashire. First of all, though, may I congratulate you very much on your own election here. Not that there's ever in doubt, but congratulations all the same. I think you must admit by now that the election is going against Labour. Our computer reckons that about 100 Conservative majority is likely. Why do you think that's happened?
This is what you're going to ask me.
I'm asking you now, because we're actually talking now.
I see. Well, I haven't had time, I'm afraid, to study your computer. I've only heard about 3 or 4 results which have gone badly for us. And, of course, one's bound to admit that it is disappointing, particularly, it seems, in the south of England. On the other hand, I'm certainly not going to make any final comment just yet.
No, don't blame you. But perhaps you could comment just on 2 points. You've done well in Lancashire and Scotland,
yes,
where there's been hardship. Does
yes,
this mean the Labour Party can only do well in conditions of hardship, that it has no real positive policy?
I think it's much too premature to start analysing the causes of election changes which themselves are not yet completed.
Yes.
And I've no doubt that when they're completed, whatever they may be, there'll be a lot of investigation, inquiry, and talking, discussion, and so on about it. But I really don't think that on the basis of what has happened so far, computer or no computer, we've got to that stage, you know. And as you said yourself, we've done very well in the north of England, which I rather expected, I may say.
Of course, you've also not done so well as against the Liberal vote this time. Do you feel you could comment on that in any way?
Well, there again, honestly, the number of results. You see, you've been sitting here, no doubt, watching results. I've been watching the counting of my own
Right,
votes.
most unfair. You've been working very, very hard. And thank you very much.
But I was very happy with my own result, anyhow.
Thank you very much indeed for coming along.
That's all right.
A quick look at the state of the parties, please.
No changes since last time. We're now just up on over 120 seats, 124 seats, a third of the way through the night's results.
We have a London result waiting, I think. Yes, here it is, London Streatham. Mr. Duncan Sands is in at Streatham. Majority was 12,268. It's up by about 500. Mr. Duncan Sands, here he is, son-in-law of Sir Winston Churchill. Conservative majority, 2,210.
That was the gain I was speaking of.
On
so
its
it's a
tail
3.2% swing to
is
the
Leighton.
Conservatives.
Labour is in at Leighton. Labour majority 3,900, previously 8,200. There's a result coming up from Birmingham. Labour has held the Aston division of Birmingham. Julius Silverman, well-known member too, has held the seat. Majority from 8,200 last time down to 2,005. Another result, Southall. Labour's back for Southall in the shape of Mr. George Pargeter. Majority from 6,300 down to 2,300.
4% swing to
Here
the Conservatives.
is Weston-super-Mare, which the Conservatives have held. Their majority at the by-election, 9,900, has gone up to 16,900.
Liberals very close behind Labour there.
Here is Widnes in Lancashire, which has been held, a marginal seat which Labour have held. The majority has actually gone up about 150.
Yes. Fractional swing to Labour in Widnes. Very high turnout there.
That, I think, brings us to date for this very second. We shall have to do some recapitulating soon, gentlemen. These things are happening fast. It now being about midnight, we are, of course, well and truly in the rush hour. I thought we were being called for some
The
of
tide is setting in very clearly now. The Conservatives are increasing their majorities most places except for a few spots in the country, and in other parts of the country the striking fact is the Liberals have made a very impressive gain in popular support and actually picked up one new seat so far. It's going clearly, I think, to result in an increased Conservative majority in the House.
There's a new result just coming in. Here it is Aylesbury. Sir Spencer Summers, Conservative, has been returned for Aylesbury, and the majority has risen from 5,700 up to 8,900. Labour's held Paddington North.
That's the result from Leeds Northwest, where the Conservative, Mr. Donald Cabery, has been re-elected. I must say it would be very surprising if he hadn't been. There's never been a Labour representative for his constituency, and he got the most whacking majority of all the constituencies here. So,
we now go to the Halifax result. The Conservatives have held the marginal seat of Halifax. Another result from Blackburn. Barbara Castle, Labour, is in for Blackburn, which is the marginal seat. She is the chairman of the Labour Party. The majority was 489 last time and is up to 2,866. We go back to Leeds.
For Donald Cabery, 35,210. For Dennis Burrell Matthews, 18,508. Majority, 16,702. And I declare to be elected Donald Cabery.
That result from Leeds, we go straight to this result, West Houghton in Lancashire, which Labour has held. The majority very close to what it was before, actually about 700 up or thereabouts.
It's worth noting that Barbara Castle, we had her result from Blackburn a moment or two ago, had a 2.5% swing to her. That was the sort of swing Labour needed to win. But the rest of the country didn't give Labour candidates as much as the chairman of the party.
Marginal seat of Rochester and Chatham. Arthur Bottomley, Labour, has lost his seat at Rochester and Chatham to the Conservatives.
Very startling result because he's a former Labour minister and a very popular local constituency member. And, of course, the area has had some economic trouble as well. The Bottomley result is most surprising.
He is a member of the, or was a member of the Labour Shadow Cabinet, and responsible on colonial and naval affairs. Let's have a look at the state of the party, please.
I think we're back where we were, still 145 results in, and 8 changes against Labour, 7 Conservative gains. They've, of course, lost 1 seat to the Liberals, North Devon. We're still going up to getting more up to date now. The Conservatives have got some more seats in, but I don't think any of them involve changes of hands between 2 parties.
The total votes board might be to say, this is the party leads. The Conservatives still holding a lead over Labour, which at this time of the evening is a little surprising. Normally, with the urban areas counting first, Labour is ahead at this stage.
This clearly points to the Conservatives being in with an appreciably increased majority, unless the rural areas are behaving in a very different way from before. There's no indication of that in the results so far.
Flash, by the way, that Ian McCardo is defeated, and he is, of course, the member of Reading and the vice chairman of the Labour Party.
Well, here's the result. We'll slap it up on the screen since you've given it already. Let's have Reading. Ian McCardo, Labour, has been defeated at Reading. The marginal seat has gone to the Conservatives. Mr. Peter Emery becomes the member. Here is Mr. McCardo, who is vice chairman of the Labour Party's National Executive Committee, and, of course, a very well-known politician.
A very big swing there, 4% swing to the Labour Party, to the Conservative Party in Reading.
Having some surprise. A result from Birkenhead. Labour's held the marginal seat of Birkenhead. Its majority slightly up on the last majority in 55 of 3,200. This is Mr. Collick, a former Labour junior minister.
Reasonably confident of winning if there was a high poll. There was a high poll and he's been defeated. Clearly, this is a body blow to the Labour Party and especially to the left of the party, for which he was a well-known spokesman.
The majority, 886. The previous Labour majority was 3,211. Another result from Stretford. No change in Stretford, Lancashire. Conservatives have held the seat. The previous majority was 11,000. It's down by nearly 2. Another result from Bebbington. The Conservatives have held Bebbington. The Conservatives are in again at Farnham. The majority is roughly 2,500 up for Sir Godfrey Nicholson, who sat for Parliament since 1937. Here is Southend East. The Conservatives have retained Southend East in the person of Mr. Stephen McCadden, and here he is, Grand Prior of the Primrose League. He also is known to viewers. The majority is up by about 1,000. The pier was on fire 2 days ago. Doesn't seem to have upset anybody. Sorry, I'm caught poised waiting for a result which hasn't come. Any extra comments, gentlemen? You may have half a minute. David?
There's a headline result coming that Labour has picked up a seat at Oldham East. But that'll come along in details in a moment. But the first Labour gain is on its way.
Meanwhile, there's a London one from London St Marylebone, which the Conservatives have held. Sir Wavell Wakefield, government whip and former rugby player, his majority about 500 or so down, 700 or so down on last time. Oldham East is in. Sir Ian Horrobin is out at Oldham East. Conservatives have taken the seat from Labour with a majority, which was last time. No, I'm sorry, what am I saying?
2.5% swing to Labour.
Labour has taken it from Conservative, I beg your pardon. Wrong way round.
The last election, there was exactly one such shift against the tide. We've got one against the tide so far this time also.
Sorry, my tongue fell over itself. I made Sir Ian Horrobin Labour instead of Conservative. Here is Glasgow Central. Rugby. The Conservatives have captured rugby from Labour. The previous Labour majority was 1,400, where Tom Brown spent his school days. Sir Alfred Wise now becomes the candidate. The majority you see for yourselves.
He was defeated in 1945. He's come back after a long time.
London Fulham, Labour is in again. So when we have a chance, let's have a look at it, and David, no doubt, will talk about it. We've got a result coming, so we better hang on a moment. This, no, here's the result. Let's take it then, shall we? Hendon North, the Conservative is in. Mr. Charles Orr Ewing, who once upon a time was in the BBC television service and is now Financial Secretary and Parliamentary Financial Secretary to the Admiralty, has held on to this possibly marginal seat, and he's put his majority up from 4,000 to 5,300.
One of those rare cases of a lost Liberal deposit. A 1.5% swing to the Conservatives
Another
in Hendon
result,
North.
Kingston upon Hull East, or just Hull East if you like it better. Labour is in. The Labour majority is up a trifle, 300 or 400.
Liberals scoring over 10,000 there too.
Here is Rowley Regis and Tipton, which Labour has held. This is in Staffordshire in the Black Country, by the way. Arthur Henderson is in again in this seat. His majority is down by about 3,000. Hitchin, the Conservatives are in at Hitchin. They've held the marginal seat headquarters. Let's go over there now.
I've Lord Hailsham in the studio here. He's just come in. And Lord Hailsham, it looks as if things are going very well for the Conservative Party. Do you think the Conservative Party have won this election at this stage?
I've consistently not predicted results, but I'm not discontented with the way things are going.
But can you predict a victory at the moment?
I'm not predicting anything.
The experts that we've been listening to on the programme seem quite convinced that the Conservatives have won.
Then you should believe the experts.
And you don't regard yourself as an expert? No. At what time did you begin to feel that things were, well, giving you satisfaction, as you put it?
I've thought of this thing as a case, a jury case. And it's gone exactly as I had wanted it to go. In every jury case, you've got to be armed at every point. You've got to have the answers to the other side's case. You've got to have your own case. But there's always one point on which you're going to win. The secret of success in advocacy is to make events follow the pattern of which will give you success on the point on which you mean to win.
What does this mean now in terms of hard fact about the campaign?
It means that I was certain that the point was the financial irresponsibility of the Labour Party. And the only question was timing at which that element should be exposed.
And when was that exposed, in your view?
In the second week of the campaign.
About the results that we've had so far, I don't want to go into them in great detail, but about the results generally, is there one or another that has given you particular satisfaction?
This would involve a discussion of personality.
And you don't feel like going into that now?
It's not my business to discuss personalities.
Could you say what you feel about the effect that the Liberals have had on the results as we've seen them so far?
Much as I expected.
Well, thank you very much, Lord Hailsham. And now we're returning you back to our central studio. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you. Delighted.
And in the central studio we have Birmingham, the Northfield division, a marginal, where Labour is in again, but the Labour majority has dropped from 2,900 down to 940. It's gone down by 2,000. Here's some information. Over then to Transport House.
And back at Transport House and Mr. Morgan Phillips. Mr. Phillips, you heard what Lord Hailsham said. You accept this point about financial irresponsibility of the Labour Party in this campaign?
Certainly not. Indeed, I think they've been successful in exploiting the idea, aided by the press. And you will find that the people of this country will soon see their mistake. We can see another period of high interest rates, increased bank rate. You will find that monetary controls will lead to unemployment and various other things.
What do you think then has been chiefly responsible for this swing to the right?
Well, it's very difficult to say. Entirely, in some of the cases we've lost, there are particular reasons, but that doesn't explain them all. There are one or two factors. The poll in the south has not been as high, apparently, as in the north. The swing in the south has been in the opposite direction to what it has been in the north. But I don't think we can complain about that. People have turned out to vote. It was our job to get them out to vote, and in that measure we succeeded.
Well, it's often been said by the Labour Party that it is a failure to get their voters there. Has the size of the poll disappointed you this time?
Well, I can't give you the exact size of the poll at the stage, but we're not disappointed at a high poll. Frankly, I think if you can get 77 to 80, it's a very good poll indeed, having regard to the number of people who move, who die, or away on holiday, were away working and can't get back to vote.
So you have no complaints at all on that score?
On that score, no.
Are there any seats which you still hope to win?
Oh, yes, there are quite a number that we still hope to win.
Which are those, Mr. Phillips?
Well, I'm not absolutely certain what's in between studio and studio. I'm not quite certain what's been happening. But there are quite a number that can modify the Tories' success.
Well, maybe this is one of them, because we're going back to the studio to see.
So,
just before we take it, one word from Bob, quickly.
That's the first formal concession in the interview with Morgan Phillips, that the Labour Party has lost the election.
Now, the result. It is Erith and Crayford. Here it is. Labour's in again at Erith and Crayford. The majority is down by about 3,000.
W.R. Milligan, the Conservative and Unionist. The Labour candidate is George Stott. And now Sheriff Gilchrist is just coming to the rostrum to announce the result.
And to Mr. Gateskill, let us go to Leeds.
Well, Mr. Gateskill, what do you make of the most recent results?
Well, I must admit, in view of the results that have come in so far, it seems clear that there is going to be another Conservative government. And therefore I must concede, in this sense, victory to our opponents. Naturally, we are greatly disappointed. We had hoped to win, and we have not won. But it is the will of the people, and we accept it. But I will say this, if I may, particularly to our own supporters. I would like to thank them, those particularly who have worked so hard for us during this election, and to say to them, not to be too despondent or too dismayed. We have lost the battle, but the struggle continues, and in the end we shall win.
Lord Hailsham said that if the government won this election, it would mean the extinction of socialism forever in the future. What do you say to that?
Most emphatically, no. Lord Hailsham is no authority on socialism. The ideals of democratic socialism shine as brightly as ever, even if we have not succeeded on this occasion in winning the election.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gateskill.
The result from Ince in Lancashire, which has been Labour for more than half a century. It is...
Behind class hands, we've been watching the results in what I must call, I think, an increasing gloom, at least the people here have been. And, of course, we've just heard Mr. Gateskill has conceded the election. Now, what do you think about what's happened?
Well, I think this can only be regarded as a disaster for
left-wing idealism at large. Now, when one talks of long-term left-wing idealism, one must remember that most people think in terms of the price of sausages, the cost of living index generally, and if they have been lulled into a general sense of security by the state of affairs in the nation since 1951 and on through 55 to 1959, if, by and large, conditions seem to them to have been reasonably pleasant, if, in short, the Tory party has not been too obviously and grossly oppressive and jackbooting in its tactics, then they would tend to feel, well, they're not such a bad lot, really. Let us leave things as they are. Now, that seems to me to be conservatism with a small c.
And then that's what you think is triumphed?
True.
How do you feel about it?
Well, I can't really understand. I've changed my mind about 3 times since the first focus. I thought that Labour was going to make a fight of it.
Yes, you were giving me odds on it.
Yes. Well, but now I've had to change my mind, and they've actually lost. And they have lost by a bigger majority than I ever thought.
Well, why do you think they've lost so heavily, then?
Well, I personally think that in England they've held their seats. Only 2 results from Wales, and they are still Labour. And I'm confident Wales is still Labour. But
what is it, then? Is there some radical spirit in Wales, you think?
Yes.
Well, I must hand you back now from cross hands to Richard Dimbleby in London.
This is to give you the Edinburgh North result, where the Right Honourable W.R. Milligan, this is confirmation, I think. Milligan is in.
Well, all up and down the country, there are many groups such as the one I'm with here. Commercial travellers, people who spend a lot of their lives in hotels, and we've been sitting here and will continue to do so. And by the way, they don't mind being called commercial travellers at all. My friend here's from Cardiff. Well, now, you heard what they said down in Cross Hands, their reaction to Mr. Gaitskell's statement that this isn't the end of socialism. How do you feel about that?
Well, my own opinion is this, that if the percentage of votes swing recorded towards the Conservatives is anything to go by, well, then presumably we will not see a return of a Labour government in the near future. Conversely, anything can happen in the next 5 years which could swing the public completely in the other direction.
Back to socialism again?
Quite possibly.
Well, now, I have a friend here from Southport, and he, in fact, made a very accurate forecast. What was the forecast you made before this election?
Oh, I made a 5-seat gain for the Conservatives, but I was way out on that.
Yes. What about the Liberals?
But the Liberals, I made a 1-seat gain, and of course they are 1 seat up.
At the moment?
At the moment.
Well, now, about your vote, did you cast a postal vote, or did you...
No, I went to the polls this morning before coming out and cast it then.
Well, now, what's your reaction to the socialist departure and Mr. Gaitskell's statement?
Well, I think he's only defending himself. I thought this morning and in the past few days that the Labour, as such, was on the way out. And I'm perfectly certain that whatever form of Labour there is will be much more a combination of Labour and Liberal in the future.
And talking about the vote that our friend from Southport cast, he managed to get his vote in before he took to the road, as so many people like him do. But now, that wasn't the case with you, was it?
No, I used the postal vote.
How long ago did you arrange for it?
Approximately 3 weeks ago.
So there's somebody who really made certain that he was going to cast his vote, and that's just a small part of what must be a very large opinion up and down the country among the commercial travellers. Back to you now in London.
Back here in town, we better have a look, I think, at the state of the parties once again.
And now a 3-cornered fight at Edinburgh Leith. The MP in the last Parliament since 1945 is James H. Hoy, who is the Labour candidate. The National Liberal and Conservative is Gershom Stewart. The Liberal is Sir Andrew Murray. Now here is the Sheriff, Sir James Gilchrist.
I have now to announce the result of the election for Edinburgh Leith constituency. James Hutchison Hoy,
Labour,
15,092 votes. Gershom Stewart, 12,018 votes. Sir Andrew Hunter, Arbuthnot Murray, 4,475 votes. And I declare that the following person has been duly elected to serve in Parliament as a member for Edinburgh Leith constituency, James Hutchison High.
The seat has been held by Labour. No change. Now back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
Poole. There has been, by the way, a complaint that
I said that this was the
first time a government had been returned 3 times. The answer is I said no such thing. Somebody hasn't been listening carefully. Mackenzie may have said something of the sort, and I'll ask him to explain quickly.
Yes, it's the first time a government at the end of a term of office of this kind has been returned 3 times running. You can go back to 1906 to 1910 when the Liberals won 1906 and 2 elections in 1910, but this is the first cycle of this kind we've had of full terms of office. 51, 55, 55, 59, and now 59 to 64.
100 years ago, 57, 59, 65, the Liberals won. It's going back to a different world, of course.
Yes. Here is Walsall North. Labour has been returned. Mr. Wells, Queen's Counsel, member of the Wolfenden Committee.
Liberals so far have lost their deposits. 1 ILP candidate, 1 independent socialist, 7 communists, 1 fascist, Sir Oswald Mosley, 1 independent peace candidate, 1 Socialist Party of Great Britain candidate, 1 Sinn Féiner, and 1 a member of the Lancastrian Party. Nobody a member of the Conservative or Labour Party yet.
I make that 3,000 quid for the Consolidated Fund, right?
Roughly.
My mathematics aren't bad, are they? Let's see the party lead, shall we?
Conservative lead over Labour now 28. Again, very surprising at this state of play. These are seats, many of them, which Labour ordinarily would have won, and especially counting in the urban areas this way.
Results by time of appearance.
This is a healthy reminder of what happened last time. On the night when the Conservatives ended up with a majority of 60, it was level pegging all the night. The Conservatives, I think, were 2 seats up, or Labour was 2 seats up when dawn came, and then when the second day's results came in, the Conservatives pushed ahead to a final majority of just over 60 over Labour. So I think we're bound to see the same sort of picture tomorrow, and the Conservatives look like ending up with a considerably bigger lead because they're already 20-odd seats, nearly 20 seats ahead.
There's a result on its way, I observe. 2, in fact. In the Hector Hughes has held his seat at Aberdeen North.
Results by time in this election, compared with the one we saw a moment ago, you'll notice that on that graph you don't see a distinct Conservative lead. There's a slight Conservative lead, but almost certainly at the second part of the program tomorrow, you'll see the widening out of the Conservative gap based on the rural areas reporting.
Despite a larger turnout, the results have come in faster. It's a steeper curve coming up over the 100.
We've got a couple more coming right now, I think.
There you can see last time compared with the results so far this time, with that widening out at the top there of the Conservatives as the rural areas come in, and dead heat on the night on the left part.
Here is Bristol West. The Conservatives are in Studio 2, Conservative Party headquarters, to hear from Mr. Macmillan.
Well, it looks, Mr. Macmillan, as if I'm still in order in addressing you as Prime Minister, though that isn't absolutely certain. Can you tell us how you feel at this stage in the election results?
Well, of course. All the results are not yet in and will not be till, I suppose, tomorrow afternoon. But so far, they certainly seem satisfactory. If, as I hope, it means a Conservative majority in the next House of Commons, I think my first sense, my first feelings are of 2 kinds.
On the whole, has the campaign gone rather as you expected it would?
Oh, well, I don't know. I really feel at the moment I don't want to say more than that first, if it does result in our return to power, one feels a tremendous encouragement of the kindness and the confidence of the people. But the second feeling is, I assure you, just as strong, the very great burdens and the great problems that lie ahead.
You've had a number of campaigns in your lifetime, Prime Minister. Has this one been more or less grueling than most that you've experienced?
Well, of course, it's rather different doing it as Prime Minister, much less in my own constituency and much more going round. It's been frightfully exciting. I got 2 feelings. First, a great sense of buoyancy and keenness of everybody. And second, which I think is a very healthy sign, a great willingness to listen to a reasoned argument from meetings of which obviously half were perhaps not agreed with you, but they wish to hear a sensible and reasoned argument.
Do you think on the whole that statesmen are required to spend too much of their energy in going out and making speeches up and down the country when they might be doing something more constructive?
Well, owing to the admirable operation of our civil service, I found that affairs have been managed quite well in my absence. But, of course, it's a great news train. But you also draw something from it. For to sit alone in the middle of London and not draw strength from the people and meet them and get their ideas would turn you into a mandarin and not a leader.
What role do you think television has played in this election? Some people said this would be the first television election.
Well, I've been very struck by the very large meetings. And I think that important as television is, the people still like to see the man and have the personal contact. All the so-called whistle-stops meetings that I had in the open air ranged from between 3,000 to 6,000 people. And they obviously wanted to hear a man alive, not just on the television.
Do you think that this election campaign has been watched with more or less interest by other countries than preceding elections?
I should think with great interest.
Why?
Well, because so much turns upon whether Britain is going to remain strong and powerful, absolutely determined that its economy should be sound, and play a leading role in the world.
Do you think this election rates higher in international affairs than domestic affairs than preceding elections?
Well, I was very struck by, although the enormous interest in home affairs, how every part of I don't think I ever made a speech without at least a third or even half of it being on foreign affairs. And when one spoke on these foreign problems, everybody seemed to listen with great interest.
And are you expecting this election to, the result of this election, are you expecting the result of this election to enable this country to play a stronger role in international affairs? Do you expect more power from this election?
Well, I was very, I don't know what the end of it is going to be, but I hope it means a good parliamentary majority. I was always felt that if one party had a majority of 6 or another of 10, it would enormously handicap us in the months that lie ahead, because a government then is weak and uncertain. But it's an enormous advantage that it should go fairly strongly one way or the other, so that the government can go about its job with the certainty that it's got the control of affairs in Parliament.
Is it true what we've heard, Prime Minister, that it is in foreign affairs that you hope the result of this election is likely to bear most fruit?
I think that's true in a way, because there's so much wider field and opportunities. At home, we aren't in a bad position if we can only keep it. In the foreign field, they're opening up enormous possibilities.
Well, thank you very much, Prime Minister, for coming along and giving us the first opportunity of putting these questions to you. And may I, at the end of the interview, congratulate you on the trend.
Born a Scot, I'm a cautious man. I won't say anything till the last.
We congratulate you on the trend.
Trend is always good.
And now.
And back in the studio here, David Butler wishes to give a short session in swing up here.
I think it was 3.5 hours ago that Bob Mackenzie said that Labour needed that swing, 2% or more, to win the election. Well, at the beginning of the night, it was all over the place. 1 or 2 the other way made us think we must hesitate. But after 30 results, it settled down, and it has been staying steady now. The average swing over the whole country, 1.3% improvement of Conservative position over Labour. And this points to a Conservative majority of something in the region of 110 over Labour, over 100 over all parties in the next Parliament.
Let's see the state of the parties a moment then now. Thank you, David. State of the parties. Here they are, Bob.
Here we've got a position then with 16 Labour losses where they needed 38 gains to win this election. And this, of course, has meant, in fact, that with the shifts going on between the parties as well, that the Liberals are now slightly stronger and Conservatives quite stronger in a quite important way with 15 gains. We've got through results much more rapidly than usual.
We've got a lot of results against ourselves now. Woolwich East, where Christopher Mayhew, Labour, has been returned. The majority is slightly under. This is Mr. Mayhew, whose face you will know very well from the BBC television screen. Let us move on to Wednesbury in Staffordshire, held by Labour, by Mr. John Stonehouse, whose adventures you will remember in Nyasaland.
Conservative and Unionist, Lord John Hope. Labour, John P. McIntosh. Here is the sheriff.
These are the ones still not yet heard from. The results, personal results, not yet heard from on the Conservative side. We don't know yet the result in Mr. Macmillan's own constituency, Selwyn Lloyd, R.A. Butler, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Heathcote Amory, or the Colonial Secretary, or Sir David Eccles. We have heard in all of the fate of 4 of our front benchers on the Conservative side. Dr. Charles Hill was the first to get returned, although he had a seat that could have been a little difficult if things had gone badly for the Conservative Party. The others in, Ian MacLeod came in a spate of results, the Minister of Labour, and undoubtedly one of the coming figures in the Conservative Party. It's been suggested indeed that he might be a contender for the succession to Mr. Harold Macmillan. Then to Duncan Sands, also considered by some as a possible future Prime Minister, as is Reginald Modling. 3 of the younger outstanding figures on the Conservative front bench are all so far returned.
Confirmation.
If we could look now at the position on the Labour bench, still outside a number of well-known figures. Mr. Nairn Bevan, who, if he isn't returned, would be a miracle, of course, with his enormous majority.
Bob, Bob, I'll just interrupt you 1 second. I've been called for... Sorry. I've stopped him now, so we'll just confirm Edinburgh Pentlands, where the Conservatives are in. You can check the results for yourselves. There are the figures. You heard it being announced from Edinburgh just now. Lord John Hope. The majority is about 1,300 up. With that, we return to Mr. Mackenzie with apologies.
Harold Wilson had probably the most precarious majority of Labour front benchers that we're dealing with here, and his position in Huyton, of course, we haven't yet heard from, and he might conceivably be in some danger, although the fairly strong position of Labour in Lancashire will undoubtedly be likely to save him. The deputy leader of the party, James Griffiths, also to be heard from. Just, if I may, to round up quickly, because I'll come back to the others, those who are in on the Labour side and sure of their places are, of course, the leader of the opposition, Hugh Gateskill, who has conceded the election to the Conservatives, Patrick Gordon Walker, one of his powerful supporters, and Dr. Summerskill, as well as Sir Frank Soskis. This is the group so far in Parliament, 4 on each side of our particular group of front benchers, with others to be heard from later tonight and on tomorrow's results.
Thank you, and with that to the state of the parties.
On the state of the parties, we are still in this position. I don't think it shows any changes.
To Cliff Mitchell.
Good. Well, we're talking to that one. Among the people who've been sitting round contemplating the results as they've been pouring in is the Oxford historian, Alan Bullock. It'd be interesting to know how you see it now, Mr. Bullock, how you see how this battle's gone, and perhaps the repercussions that it's likely to have.
I think the repercussions are what interests one most. All through the 1950s, English politics, to some extent, has been bound by the tightness of the 2 parties. It's true it pulled apart a bit in the 1955 election, but all the same, all through, ever since 1950, neither party has had a really clear majority. Now, it looks as though this may be ending, and in the 1960s, early 1960s, we look as though we may be moving into a period when one party, the Conservative Party, will have a really clear majority in Parliament. Now, the results of that, I think, are interesting. Bob Mackenzie's already mentioned what the repercussions are going to be on the Labour Party, and I think this is going to be very interesting indeed, what the Labour Party will look upon as the reason for its defeat. He's also mentioned the rise in the Liberal vote. Well, I don't know quite what that means yet. Does this mean we've got a renaissance Liberal Party, or does it mean more a vote of protest, possibly against the way the Labour Party's gone? That I'm not sure about. It will take time to see. But after all, the really striking thing is the effect it's going to have upon the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party, with a much more secure majority, as now appears probable, is this going to mean a swing away from the trend towards egalitarianism, equality, which was very marked in the 1940s and held in the 1950s? Well, that would go with things that have been happening in other parts of Europe. As a swing towards a more diversified society has certainly taken place in Western Germany, and I think in France too. World affairs, well, there it's too early to speak. I don't think it'll make much difference there, but I think it'll have a profound effect upon African affairs. There is no doubt that in parts of Africa at least, the native races have been following this election with great interest. I think the repercussions in the Central African Federation, for instance, will be very interesting indeed to watch. But what still strikes me as the most immediate impression of this election is it looks as if it was a prosperity election. If you follow the pattern of the results, I've been sitting watching them come in, then it is clear that the places in which the trend towards conservatism has not gone on have been Lancashire with its cotton problems, Clydeside with unemployment. Now it isn't the north of England, because parts of the north of England, Sheffield for instance, Bradford, North East, they've gone towards the Conservatives. Above all, it's Birmingham, London and the south, which have, with the big prosperity, which have shown the swing to conservatism.
Well, once we get the liberal result, more liberal results in from the urban areas, we'll call you in and bring you up to date, as it were, on the liberal vote. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Waller.
We've returned just to show you Loughborough, where Labour's held the seat, the town where they make the bells. We'll sit it this time. But there has been an accusation that Robert Mackenzie is obviously suffering from liberal bias. Bob, is this true?
Not in the least. I just happened to notice it happening as it came along, and the fact that the Liberals their position was being concealed by the way in which we talked always a swing between the two big parties. And when a development of this kind occurred, it seemed to me to be important to point it out as we came along. But as the Liberals will tell you, I've never had anything to do with any of them.
I may say we spent about 24 hours on this job, if I may mix metaphors, perching on a neutral tightrope. Let there be no other accusations of that kind. Now, where are we? I'm lost. No, we're not lost. We're going to Cliff Mitchellmore. It's fine.
Talk to the general manager of the Liberal Party. Already, with half the results in, the Liberals have already got, 100,000 more votes than they did in the last election. Mr. Herbert Harris, who, as I say, is the general manager of the Liberal Party, is waiting again at the other side of London. Mr. Harris, you must be very pleased, you must be fairly pleased at any rate, at this increase in your vote.
Yes, I'm very delighted, because we set out when we started this election to win some more seats, to be second in many more, and to increase our poll. And already with less than half the results in, we've done all those three things. We have won an additional seat, a magnificent victory in North Devon for Jeremy Thorpe. We've moved into second place, quite extraordinarily in some cases, in East Surrey, and we've increased our total polls well over 100,000 already.
But how disappointed are you not to have got in, for instance, at Rochdale?
That was a disappointment to me, but I'm sure it will be made up by some victories elsewhere.
No, you've won one seat, as you say, in North Devon, which covers up from Barnstaple and Ilfracombe that way, but in the next door constituency, you're only holding on there with Bonham Carter by a mere 200 votes, aren't you? Isn't that in danger in view of the Conservative swing over the country?
I'm sure that if Jeremy wins North Devon, Mark Bonham Carter will have a larger majority in Torrington.
Now, most of the votes you've gained, apparently from our commentators here and our computers, you've gained from the Labour Party. Now, how much do you think that this is a protest vote, and how much is it a real Liberal vote?
I've always thought it was a real Liberal vote. I thought that as the Labour Party replaced the Liberal Party after the First World War, so we should eventually replace the Labour Party after the Second World War. That I think we are doing, and their idealism is being replaced by liberal idealism.
Well, as we say, as Mr. Byers said early, we must wait really until tomorrow to see your final results of the Liberal Party, because that's where a lot of your votes will come in. Thank you very much indeed.
We come back for a result. A lot of television personalities are departing to new spheres. Mr. Christopher Chataway has gained the marginal seat from Labour of Lewisham North. There is a face that you will know. The hair, in case you don't know, is very bright red. The majority is 4 times what it was at the 1957 by-election. The previous Labour majority, I mean, was 1,110. You see the Conservative one.
So 1.5% swing to the Conservatives compared to 55, and of course they did hold the seat.
At Lewisham West, the Conservative is in. Mr. Henry Price. The majority. Apropos of Liberal bias on the part of Mr. Mackenzie, we have trapped Mr. Jeremy Thorpe, who won North Devon for the Liberals, and Polly Elvis is sitting with him at this moment in Exeter. Let us go over to them.
Now, Mr. Thorpe, you won the seat from a Conservative, and it seems pretty certain that you're going to be in opposition to a Conservative government. Would you, in fact, prefer to oppose a Conservative rather than a Labour government?
Well, I don't know. I think it depends on the issues. I'd prefer to oppose a Conservative government on colonial affairs and foreign affairs, and a Labour government on home domestic affairs, for example, nationalisation. But I'm quite willing to shoot at both sides, as I did during my election campaign.
Well, now that you're going into Parliament, do you see your political career as one of steady opposition? Or do you think there's any likelihood of a Liberal government getting in your lifetime?
Oh, I'm quite certain it's coming. We've seen, I haven't analysed the results very carefully yet, but we're quite clearly seeing the Liberal Party coming up and breathing down the neck of the Labour Party.
Well, yes, of course, Mr. Grimman has said, hasn't he, that he hopes to replace Labour as the main
Yes.
opposition party. But do you think that this run of Conservative victories will eventually impose some form of alliance between yourselves and the Labour Party?
Well, that depends. I mean, it's a historic fact, I think, that every radical party in time breaks up. This is what happened to the Liberal Party, and it may well happen to the Labour Party. We may see that the extreme left wing of the Labour Party breaks off, and then there might well be a new situation. I can't see a coalition with the Labour Party under their present format, with their present policies which they're pursuing.
Well, now, let's look rather more at your own campaign, your own victory. You're a bachelor and a television performer, and I'm told that you've conducted a very gay campaign. Which of these things would you say contributed most to your success?
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say that either of them in themselves were a vote catcher. I think that people in Devon enjoy a little bit of gaiety, but I think they feel that they have to know you first before they'll stand much of it. And I have been in my division 7.5 years, so I do know it. Like
Well, now, what about this campaign of yours? I believe you climbed poles at bazaars and dished out buttonholes and things to everyone. But do you think that your victory shows that voters are becoming receptive to this American style of campaign?
No, I don't think so at all. I think that there was a hard, solid Liberal vote, and that we got it out.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Results back here in London. When I say London, I mean Northern Ireland. Antrim
May not have been watching all the time. You may have missed some of the results you were interested in. Well, we've got only about 15 results still to come this evening. We'll tell you them when they come. But you can take it for granted that the seat you're interested in hasn't changed hands if it's not on this list. Here is the list of the Conservative gains. The first seat to change hands on the night was Holborn and St Pancras, where Geoffrey Johnson Smith won the seat for the Conservatives. Then the Conservatives won Keighley up in Yorkshire and Acton and London suburb, where there'd been a good deal of rehousing. Barons Court, which was a very narrow Labour majority last time, 125, went firmly into the Conservative column. Glasgow, Kelvingrove was won back by the Conservatives. It was the Conservative seat in 55, and it turned Labour in a by-election 2 years ago when Walter Elliott died, and it has now been won back by the Conservatives. Although elsewhere in Glasgow, as we'll see, things have been going the other way. They won in the London suburban seat of Willesden East. They beat Arthur Bottomley at Rochester and Chatham. They beat Ian McCardo in Reading. The Conservatives won Sparkbrook, one of their 2 victories in Birmingham. They won the marginal seat of Rugby, again in the West Midlands, where the Conservatives have been making some of their biggest inroads into the Labour vote. They won the Hartlepool. Commander Kerrans, of the Amethyst, won the Hartlepool. They won the Yardley division of Birmingham. They won Wellingborough, a marginal seat in Northamptonshire. They won Clapham in Wandsworth, in the middle of London. They defeated Arthur Bottomley at Newcastle on Tyne in East. And Elaine Burton in Coventry South was defeated by a Conservative and aided, I think, by the development of housing estates in her constituency. Bristol North West succumbed to a fairly big swing to the Conservatives, which was apparent throughout Bristol, though we've still got Bristol North East to hear from. Uxbridge, Charles Curran won that for the Conservatives, quite a comfortable margin. Birmingham All Saints, I said the Conservatives have gained 2 seats in Birmingham. They've gained 3 seats in Birmingham. And last of the Conservative gains we've heard this evening, Lewisham North, where Chris Chataway won back the seat which the Conservatives lost in the by-election in February 1957. Now, it hasn't all been one way. There have been changes in two other directions, which I think we can show you here. Here we've had 3 Labour gains. Firstly, a junior minister, Sir Ian Horrobin, who was defeated in the cotton town of Oldham, in Oldham East. And then 2 seats in Glasgow fell to the fairly big Labour swing, which has been apparent almost throughout Glasgow. There was indeed a swing to Labour compared to 55, even in Kelvingrove, which changed hands back to the Conservatives. Craigton and where Mr. Nixon Brown, another junior minister, was defeated, Scottstoun, a comfortable Labour win. And then, standing by itself, Devon North, where the Liberals made their one gain of the night, defeating the sitting Conservative, Mr. Lindsay. The Liberals have 2 other seats where they get in without Conservative opposition in Huddersfield and Bolton. They failed, of course, to win the one other seat that came in tonight where they might have made an impact in Rochdale. But on the whole, even in Rochdale, the swing was to the Liberals. Well, we shall come back to this from time to time to make sure that you're up to date and you haven't going away and getting drinks or things like that, which we don't do on the set. You haven't missed some of the really vital results.
Well, here's one. And Aaron Bevan is in again for Ebbw Vale, as no doubt you would expect.
Well, we'll take out 1 or 2 points that Bob Mackenzie made there about the backbenchers, because of the new backbenchers and of the Conservative gains that have been announced in the last few hours, the success of Mr. Peter Emery in Reading, where he defeated the vice-chairman of the Labour Party, Mr. Ian Mercado, is perhaps one of the most fascinating. Now, Mr. Emery, as Richard Dimbleby said, is fascinating for quite another reason. That he's one of the joint founders of the Bow Group. It's a group of young Conservative intellectuals who've been pretty important in some ways in this campaign. Now, a great deal has been written about the Bow Group, and they've got something in the region, I believe, of some 50 candidates standing in this election. Now, Mr. Emery, what do you think is the most satisfactory aspect of the whole election and the way it's going?
Well, I think generally that in Reading particularly, so many socialists have fought this election on a matter of class warfare. Most Conservatives have fought this, and I in particular, on class unity. And it's class unity, you know, which is won.
Now, as I said just now, you're one of the joint founders of the Bow Group. How significant a part do you think that they've played in this election?
Not all that significant at the moment. After all, we're fairly new. We've only been going for a matter of about 9 years. But I think it's for the future that we can play an even greater part.
In what way? Harassing a large majority, or harassing your front bench from the back benches, as Mackenzie suggested?
No, we don't want to harass. But, you know, it is terribly important, surely, that the Conservative Party should not be reactionary. Now, I believe that the Bow Group's greatest part that we can play in the years to come is to keep the whole of the Conservative Party progressing forward as a slightly radical section of a new party playing a post-war position in Parliament today.
But isn't this what Mr. Mackenzie was saying, was one of the difficulties of having a large majority in the House?
Well,
that this kind of thing is likely to happen between young Conservatives, young Conservative intellectuals from the back benches.
I'm not an intellectual. You're getting this idea wrong. Many of the Bow Group are purely practical people, and that's all I am. After all, I'm a trade unionist. The SAID trade union is Ian Mercado. And here's one of the rank and file of the union defeating one of the executive of the union. But still, what matters, you know, is being able to make certain that practically the Conservative Party advances and that it doesn't stagnate. And after all, with a very large majority, this can be a problem. And I believe that the Bow Group will be able, not necessarily to the pink, but just as a matter of progress in the Conservative vein. After all, I started the idea more conservatism more quickly. And that's, I think, in fact, what we want in this country.
Mr. Emery, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Conservatives have held Battersea South, where their majority in 1955 was 680.
I've given some of these before, but the different swing in the different big cities of England that we've had is probably worth giving you. 1.1% swing to the Conservatives in Liverpool, 1.4% the Conservatives in Coventry. In Lancashire and Yorkshire, in Lancashire as a whole, no swing either way, dead heat. in the first 10 seats we've had from rural areas, a 1.3% swing to the Conservatives. So there's no particular reason for expecting any different pattern in the results that will be announced tomorrow. On the 5 seats we've had from Wales, a swing of just over 0.5% to the Conservatives. In Bradford, we've had all the 4 seats in there, a 2.5% swing to the Conservatives. In Leeds, a 1.5% swing, 1.7% swing to the Conservatives. In Bristol, we haven't got all the results in there, 2.5% swing to the Conservatives. In Manchester, 2% swing to Labour, one of the 2 big cities which have swung the other way. Edinburgh, well, we haven't got all the results in there. It seems to be running fairly evenly. Slight swing against the Labour Party to the Conservatives. Glasgow, 2.5% swing to the Labour Party. Much the best result area for Labour results so far. Although they did lose 1 seat there, they have gained 2. In Birmingham, much the biggest swing the other way. 3.4% swing to the Conservatives. In London, a 2% swing to the Conservatives. And in the 31 results we've had from Scotland, a 1.5% swing to Labour.
Could I just point out there that we're still talking about 1 or 2 people in 100 changing sides. And this will be called probably tomorrow a Conservative landslide. Well, it's a considerable increase in Conservative strength, obviously, in the House of Commons, but one must not talk of a landslide in public opinion when 1, 2, or 3 people change sides politically.
I see a result is cruising around on the skyline. Here she is. The Conservatives have held East Renfrewshire.
Well, foreign correspondents in London have been busy cabling back their stories of this big swing towards the Conservatives. And one man who's just filed his story is Riccardo Aragno, which is the liberal Italian newspaper. He's the correspondent of the liberal Italian newspaper La Stampa. Now, Mr. Aragno, the Prime Minister said, or I beg his pardon, Mr. Macmillan said not very long ago, that there's far more interest abroad. Is this true of Italy, and is it true of Europe?
No, this is not my impression, and indeed this is not my experience. My paper has required me to file much less than in '55, and the experience of all my colleagues up to now has been exactly the same. You see, the big problem of '59 is that there has been a great division in Europe between the common market countries and Britain on the other side, and perhaps the 7 later on. And the influence of Britain has gone down considerably during the last few years, it seems to me. And the relations between Britain and Europe have not been as good or as intimate as one would have hoped.
Well, Mr. Aragno, how then do you think this swing towards the Conservatives will affect the influence of Britain in Europe now that we've got a Conservative government for another 5 years?
Well, it seems to me that
presumably so.
This is a fairly sad night for a European idealist. You see, the position is this: the relationship between Britain and Europe won't change much in actual fact, but the impressions will change very much. A Labour victory would have strengthened the alternatives, what we call the alternatives, the possibility of a changing government in Europe. We have been governed by the Christian Democrats in Italy, in Germany, in France, longer than Britain has been governed by the Conservatives. And this will strengthen, so to speak, the establishments of Europe, and will lessen the chances of the alternatives, which we need very badly.
How surprised do you think your readers in Italy will be when they pick up their papers off the doorstep tomorrow?
Well, just about as surprised as many of us here. We were led to believe from the polls and from the opinions of practically everybody that it was a wide open election, and it doesn't seem like that at all. I mean, I've just been reporting that it seems that the don't-knows knew it all the time.
Mr. Aragno, thank you very much indeed. And that's an Italian view.
We're going straight over to Edinburgh for a result where I understand there's been a recount. Let us go to Scotland and see.
And now for Edinburgh East. Labour candidate E.G. Willis, Conservative and Unionist, the Earl of Dalkeith. And here is the Sheriff.
I have now to announce the result of the election for Edinburgh East constituency, in which there has been a recount. The result, which has been accepted by the parties, is Eustace George Willis,
Labour.
22,244 votes. Walter Francis John Montague Douglas Scott,
Conservative
Earl of
Unionist.
Dalkeith, 21,932 votes. And I have to announce that Mr. Eustace George Willis has been duly elected to serve in Parliament as a member for the constituency of Edinburgh East Parliamentary Borough.
Labour has retained Edinburgh East. And now back to Richard Dimbleby in London.
And the Brigadier of the Queen's Bodyguard for Scotland has failed to get the seat for the Conservatives.
But there still was a much above average swing to the Conservatives there, a swing of 2% to the Conservatives against the pattern in Scotland.
Labour, meanwhile, has held Stirling and Falkirk, marginal seat in Scotland. Welcome onto our television screen in the Manchester studio through the medium of Mr. Wicker, who's waiting to talk to them. Over to you.
As we've heard, the Liberals seem to have been going from strength to strength, but there's one Liberal who perhaps hasn't done quite as well as he hoped he'd do, and in fact the first loser we've interviewed, Mr. Ludovic Kennedy, who's failed in his second attempt to win Rochdale for the Liberals. He's in our Manchester studio with his wife, Myra Shearer, having their first meal for some hours, I imagine. Now, Mr. Kennedy, with the considerable increase in the Liberal vote in this country, aren't you disappointed that you failed to pull it off?
Oh, of course I am, yes, of course I am.
And just how disappointed are you?
Well, I'm very disappointed. What more do you want me to say?
The success, let me say, then, of television personalities has already been remarked upon. We've had, for example, Geoffrey Johnson-Smith has got in, Chris Chataway has got in. Do you find that your television fame had helped you or hindered you?
Well, you see, I fought the by-election there 20 months ago and got 17,000 votes, and this time I nearly got 19,000. So I don't really think, as far as I'm concerned, it entered into it very much.
I see. Now, if I could perhaps have a word with Mrs. Shearer, are you going to encourage your husband to continue in politics, Miss Shearer? Or are you going to ask him to take a rest from it now?
Well, I think this is up to him, don't you? I mean, I don't think really I enter into it very much. If he wants to go on with politics, I should be delighted for him to do so. I think he'd make a first-class member of Parliament.
Jolly good show.
Well, let's ask, let me ask Mr. Kennedy then. What do you think you're going to do?
I'm going to wait and see what happens. I think if you ask me what's going to happen is that the Liberal Party is going to do what Joe Grimm had always said it was going to do, which is supplant Labour as the real progressive party of this country, and then in 5 years' time we'll be challenging the Conservatives for the government of this country.
And what will you do yourself?
I shall be there, batting with the best of them.
Mr. Kennedy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I could look to Miss Kennedy much longer, but I have to announce to you that Labour is in a poplar. Let's rejoin Cliff Mitchellmore.
And the editor of the Birmingham Post that we met earlier tonight was Mr. Vaughan Reynolds. Did you hear what Mr. Mackenzie was saying, Mr. Vaughan Reynolds, about newspapers in general just now?
I did indeed.
How do you react to that?
Well, not awfully well. I feel that in the provinces we've done a pretty fair job, and I do know at least 3 or 4 papers where you would not have to look at the editorial page to find out where their allegiance lay. But on the other hand, there are several which betray nothing until they get to their leader pages.
But how about the national press?
Well, now, that is not for me to talk about.
Why not?
Well, because in the provinces we have rather a more intimate job to do. It's a different job.
What's your headline going to be now? You're going to start an edition going now. It's, what, 5 minutes to 3? Mm-hmm. What's your headline on that one going to be?
Our headline's going to be a streamer indicating the state of the parties.
Now, your first one, you showed us, didn't you? How many more editions are you going to print? There's one you sent out earlier. There's one you're about to start printing now. How many more editions are you going to send out before lunchtime tomorrow, for instance?
Oh, there'll be 2 more before we go to bed.
If there is this increased Conservative majority, what kind of a headline will you put in then? And what kind of an editorial will you have?
Well, we've already got an editorial in on the probabilities. And tomorrow we shall do a summing up for Saturday morning's paper.
Well, when will you get to bed, you people up there, then?
I hope to leave the office sometime by 5:30.
And you think you'll know enough then, by 5:30, to have written an editorial that will carry over till the next day?
Well, the editorial which I've written is on the Birmingham and Midland results. But the editorial to be written tomorrow evening will, of course, be on the general trend.
You have, in fact, had some changes in Birmingham. How surprised are you at this?
Well, I'm rather surprised, really. But it does indicate, I think, that the Midlands is very satisfied with how things are going and doesn't want to change. What has happened in Birmingham is quite remarkable, that they have, and the Conservatives at last, have regained a majority of the seats, a thing that they haven't had since before the Labour landslide of 1945.
How does this equate to what happens on the City Council?
Well, this year there were Conservative gains on the City Council, but in the past, council elections haven't always reflected themselves in parliamentary elections.
But on this occasion they have. Mr. Vaughan Reynolds, we'll let you get on with rolling your presses. Thank you for joining us.
Is it perhaps a point, Bob, that one should make a distinction about the work of big provincial papers apart from nationals?
Well, I was really talking of the national press primarily, and I certainly would agree that the provincial press has a far higher standard of fairness in reporting politics than has the national press, which makes little or no effort in the popular section of it to distinguish between editorial comment and news.
Here, here. As the editor of a very small provincial paper myself, I couldn't agree with you more.
A number of foreign journalists and broadcasters have come to London to report this election, and most of them have been filing their copy during the last few hours. One well-known correspondent from the United States is David Schönbrunn of the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. Schönbrunn, do you share Mr. Araño's dismay at the impact of the result of this election upon Europe?
No, not at all. I do agree with him that there was a lack of interest. I do agree about Britain being severed from the continent, although it was not this election that did it. I never have believed that Britain was a part of the continent or of Western Europe. The British have a policy all of their own. But his dismay about the lack of idealism, I must say I do not agree with at all. He seemed to be implying that all of the idealism in this country is in the Labour Party. I think that is certainly not true. And he seems to be overlooking the impact of the Labour Party upon the Tories. There are less and less Colonel Blimps in this country, more and more progressive Toryism. The Tories have taken over Labour's welfare program and many other things. You know, it's very similar to what happened in my country. The New Deal of the Democratic Party was born in the Depression of the 1930s. It finally outlived its usefulness in the prosperity of the 1950s and has had to go into a new kind of labor support for progressive capitalism, a new American way, and I think Labour in Britain must find a new way too. I do not believe that idealism has been lost in this country at all.
Mr. Schönbrunn, what has been the principal comments in the reports that you've been sending back?
Well, that British democracy is in good shape. It was a quiet and orderly election. This tightens up, I think, again, the Atlantic Alliance and the Anglo-American partnership. And above all, we think that Britain's in very good shape, and we knew from the start that no matter who won this election, Tory or Labour, that my country would not lose an ally.
Now, you've been out and about quite a lot during these last few days, and especially these last few hours. How are you reporting on the British?
Bemusedly. I've been trying to explain why our earlier broadcasts were all wrong about a neck-and-neck race. I blame that on you and your polls and your press. I think, by the way, your press coverage has been shocking, and your radio and television coverage has been excellent. We've told this to the people of the United States.
Thank you, sir.
And on the whole, we've been trying to explain this very surprising early result, and I think the explanation is really very simple. You just can't beat peace and prosperity.
Mr. Schönbrunn, thank you very much.
While Wicker was talking to Mr. Schönbrunn, there's a result in, say, the Conservatives have retained Wokingham. And of course, the Earl of Dalkeith in the Scottish seat can stand for Parliament. They would like to know why it is they can.
Well, straightforward, that a man, the Earl of Dalkeith is not in fact a peer of the realm. He holds a courtesy title as the son of his father, who is a duke. There are quite a number, I think 5 or 6 members of Parliament, or there were 5 or 6 members of the last Parliament, who were the eldest sons of peers. And if their fathers were in fact earls or marquises or dukes, they had a courtesy title. Their fathers were only viscounts or barons, they were just ons.
It might be worth underlining that they could not thereby sit in the House of Lords, of course, but with a courtesy title, but then they are free to stand for the House of Commons.
It does also mean that if they get elected and their father then dies, they are likely to inherit the title, and that causes a by-election. sometimes there are people who are the eldest sons of peers who feel this is a great hardship and they don't think they can pursue a political career, or constituencies don't want to have them in Parliament because their father might die and that might produce a by-election unnecessarily. And constituencies on the whole don't like by-elections. Money and trouble.
Have there not been one or two very well-known young people who refused to take titles that were coming to them for that reason?
Well, there are two celebrated cases at the moment. One, Mr. Anthony Wedgwood Benn, who is the heir to his father, who is fortunately still in good health but is of great age. And there is another, of a different example, Lord Altrincham, who has refused to take his seat in the House of Lords because he doesn't believe in being a hereditary legislator.
Then there's Lord Hailsham, Lord Hailsham did all in his power to keep from going to the House of Lords as well.
There are, of course, a great many things that Lord Altrincham doesn't believe in, aren't there? Now, where were we? Something I wanted to ask you, too. Yes. Oh, just to forestall the inevitable, curious viewer who will write to us, who is the Earl of Dalkeith's father? It's the Duke of Buccleuch. Somebody made a big signal to me then, and I don't know what it was for. Never mind, it wasn't for anything. But I wrote down here somewhere, and I'll try and find it if it doesn't keep you waiting too long, something I wanted to ask. Yes, there is a mysterious word. It's spelt P-S-E-P-H-O-L-O-G-Y. It's supposed to be something to do with elections, and I was told that you were. I thought it was a peepologist at first. I'm glad to learn it isn't. It's a cephalogist. And you, David Butler, are a cephalogist. What does it mean?
It means a student of elections. I'm afraid that it's an awful, silly academic joke which somebody else perpetrated and I put in print about 8 years ago. It now hangs like an albatross around my neck. And I am introduced as a cephalogist, and people always stumble over the word, and it's really unfortunate, but it does seem to have got established. And when people want to be rude in columns about election prediction, they say, as the cephalogists say, if they don't say, as the pollsters say.
Well, while you've been talking, I observed they've been repairing Mr. Alan Wicker's makeup in the television studio. He's now looking splendid and ready to take over because he's going to talk to Bristol. Let us go to Alan Wicker.
We go now to Bristol to see how a younger member of the Labour Party reacts to this fairly unexpected defeat. Francis Noel Baker has got in at Swindon and therefore must be relieved himself, but at the same time unhappy about the way his party has fared. Now, does this election mean, Mr. Noel Baker, the end of what's been called the doctrinaire socialist?
Well, it depends who you mean's been calling it doctrinaire socialist. If it means is my party going over to the right, I don't think it does. If it means are we going to the left, I don't think it does mean that either. I think it means that we're going to get down to the job of being an even more effective opposition in this Parliament than in the last one, and getting ready for the next election. At least I hope so.
You feel this is implied, do you?
I beg your pardon?
You feel this is implied by a defeat?
What's implied by a defeat?
That you will get down to the job of being an even better opposition?
Well, yes, I do.
Now, where do you think the biggest changes are going to take place then?
Well, do you mean in government policy? I'm afraid that if this election is interpreted as a green light to the Conservative Party, we may go back to some of the tougher policies of the past, which they've been hesitating about implementing in the last few years because of the possibility that we'd come back this time. What I'm really frightened about is the effects in the international field. I'm very, very worried indeed by the idea that people in Europe and in Africa and in the Middle East and elsewhere should get the feeling that this election is an endorsement of recent British foreign and colonial policies.
I see. Mr. Noel Baker, thank you very much.
There is a result. The Labour has held the seat at Dartford and others. We said that there was an exceptionally low poll. I don't remember anybody saying that, but they say we did.
I did.
They say, in fact, it was 80.2.
I think there must have been an error in Ella's digestion. I apologize on behalf of the lady. We will try and get her to set this right and give you the authoritative electronic figure before long.
Now, don't blame your machine.
We will see, Mr. Elected Member for Lewisham West, whether your figure of 80.2 is correct, because Ella isn't often wrong. Never mind. Well, we've disposed of the Northern Irish one. This is getting like Aunt Maisie's correspondence column, isn't it? Further complaints of Mackenzie's using the phrase our side.
Oh, can I correct that? I have never used the phrase our side referring to any one of the parties, either the Liberals or the Conservatives or the Labour Party. It's quite a slip of the tongue. It may be related to my foreign accent that accounts for it.
You may be aware he comes from across the water. Another message from Liverpool: you're putting on a first-class show, disregard adverse criticism. And there's a special message from me at the end which says, P.S., you must be thirsty. Water.
All demonstrate.
Water.
And the secret is he was up almost all last night too, got about 1 hour's sleep.
Now, well, we all pretend we aren't up all night, and you who are watching us at home, or wherever you are, if you're wise, you're in bed.
I found one of the slightly irritating things about these marathons that afterwards everyone congratulates you on a feat of endurance. Well, it really isn't that, because this is great fun, and if I wasn't on television, I should be just doing this in my own home and trying to make sense of the results. And I'm merely sharing the sort of thing that I find fun with as many viewers as are foolish enough to stay up at 3:18 in the morning.
You want to speak for yourself, don't you? Yes.
No, I think Bob Mackenzie is corrupted in this way, too. He enjoys elections for their own sake, as I
Tell
do.
me this, a little general question to throw into the pool before we pay another visit, I believe, to the Midlands presently for some conversation. Are there any, ask someone, any exploded assumptions about elections? Things like the campaign doesn't matter, what about the polls and the influence of them, etc., etc. Have either of you come to any conclusion about this election so far?
If I'm allowed to say it, I'm trying to write a book about this election in which I shall try and come to a more judicial conclusion about it than I can at 3 o'clock in the morning after a fairly strenuous and exciting night. But I do think that the most important things that have come out of this election are, one, we've had a little more positive evidence of organisation counting. Two, we've had evidence of more diversity of the results. It's not just that the North and the South have behaved differently, but even different constituencies within a city have shown a slightly greater divergence, presumably a reward for good candidates, a punishment for idle candidates, or a reaction to particular issues. We've also seen the Liberal Party doing much better, I think, than almost any observer or critic who wasn't professionally sympathetic to the Liberal Party had believed. It has been, I disagree fundamentally with a lot of the critics on this, it has been, I think, a television election. And I think the nature of the election has been extraordinarily, the tempo, the feel of the election has been extraordinarily different. I certainly have found it far and away the most exciting election to watch, to go around and see and talk to people. The number of people going to meetings has gone up, and certainly none of the sort of conventional laments about the state of politics seem to have been justified by the way the campaign has been conducted.
I just add to that, too, that despite what some of the remarks that have been made earlier, it's been a pretty good election, you know, a reasonable choice offered to the public between parties that were basically in agreement on the future of the form of government and so on, and a clear-cut decision. And a lot of the gloomy talk about the state of British politics seems to me to be wholly wrong.
Good show. Now tell me something else.
Well, one of the things that my statisticians have done has been, didn't you expect me to answer that, Richard? Has been to find out that if you draw a line across England from the Wash to the Mersey, you get, from the Wash to Bristol. South of that line, you get a 2% swing to the Conservatives. North of that line, by deduction, you get very little swing, well under 1% swing to the Conservatives. North and South quite definitely behaving differently. I think that difference is mainly accounted for by Lancashire and the west part of the industrial belt of Scotland.
My friend Mr. Cliff Mitchellmore has re-entered the studio and is sitting down in front of a television set, so let us now join him. To you, Cliff.
Well, we're going back to Birmingham again. As you've heard, the swing to Conservatives in Birmingham has been double that of the country at large. And one of the Conservative victors there is in our Birmingham studio now Sir Edward Boyle. Sir Edward, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but you're a junior minister, were you not, in the last government?
Indeed.
You're the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Education.
Yes.
Good, I've got it right. Now, what difference will the increase in the seats make, do you think, to the policy of the government?
Oh, I find that a very difficult one to generalize about. I don't think it will make a tremendous difference to the policy of the government, because the thing that struck me so much about this election in Birmingham is that more and more people in Birmingham who are ordinary wage earners are able nowadays to enjoy what you might call bourgeois standards of life. And I think that's had a big influence on the election in Birmingham, and I've no doubt we shall pursue the same economic and social policies that have proved so successful during the last few years.
Now education's been quite a platform, hasn't it?
Indeed.
On both sides, in fact,
Yes.
throughout this election. Do you think that this large majority that you're likely to go back with will make any difference at all to your educational policies? Here you are, a man from the Ministry of Education.
I don't think so, no. I think we shall continue with our policy of trying to raise standards in all secondary schools in order that there should be an overlap between the standards at the top of the secondary modern schools and the lower streams of the grammar schools. Incidentally, one thing I would say about education during the election, from my experience there's been a great deal of interest in the subject, and I do feel that Mr. Gaitskell was on a weaker wicket on this subject than almost any other during the campaign. He did really show by his remarks that he didn't really understand what's happening in many of our secondary modern schools today.
Do you mean by this in the policy that you expounded about the comprehensive schools?
Well, I'm thinking especially of his repeated remarks in the campaign that the Conservative policy denied opportunity to great masses of children. I used to quote there quite often at meetings in order to refute it, and I always got a great deal of applause from my audiences when I did so.
May I turn to something else,
Yeah.
Ray? But have you any qualms at all that you, on the liberal wing, as it were, of the Conservative Party, will now have to give way to the more right-wing elements of the Conservative Party?
I think that's a perfectly fair question, and I think it's very important indeed to see that the progressive elements in the Conservative Party retain their hold. But after all, we have some pretty strong allies in high places, and none stronger than the Prime Minister himself.
Isn't there some danger there might be slightly too many progressive elements? We were hearing just now from the Bow group.
Yes, I think that's perfectly true. To my mind, it's very much more important to look at a subject in an unprejudiced way and say, now, just what exactly is the right thing to do about education? What is the best thing to do about Central Africa? And so I'll look at it subject by subject, rather than rather self-consciously try and frame a progressive policy. And that, I hope, is the sort of way in which the new government will approach our problems.
Sir Edward, thank you very much indeed.
We've been hearing tonight from Labour, Conservative and Liberal politicians and from foreign correspondents. Now let's see what two of the pundits who've been watching things going on in our studio are thinking of it all. Alan Bullock and Bernard Levin. Now, Mr. Levin, after these 5 hours of results, what thoughts are uppermost in your mind?
Well, uppermost in my mind is that the Labour Party, although it would be absurd to talk of this as a landslide against it, it will still have something like 240 seats by the time results are finished tomorrow. The Labour Party has clearly failed to rethink its policy in a way that will capture the imagination of the country as it did last in 1945. It's failed to do that, I think, because, for the simple reason that it's failed to see the need for that. And I think now the first thing that the Labour Party must do is to ask itself quite simply, basically, where it goes from here, what should now be its policy? It may be, of course, as some people would say, that I think this would be a gross exaggeration, the Labour Party has outlived its political social function. I think that would be a mistake to think that. But as I see it, the Labour Party must now do some really fundamental rethinking about its policy. Do you agree?
Yes, I do. I think that the danger the Labour Party is in from these results.
What about a Soviet view on everything that's been going on? Might be rather interesting, I think. And I believe we can do that through the agency of Mr. Mitchell Moore, so let's join him. To you, Cliff.
Can indeed. We've already heard in this programme from an Italian journalist giving a European view and an American journalist. Now, as Richard says, we've got a Russian journalist. He's the London correspondent of Pravda. He's waiting now at the end of Fleet Street for it, Mr. Nekrasov. Now, did the Russians expect this Conservative victory, Mr. Nekrasov?
Well, you see, they expected what we were telling them, and quite frankly, we were following what the British press was saying about the neck-to-neck business, and now we have to make some explanations about it.
Do you think they will accept these explanations when they get back to Russia?
Oh, yes, I think they will accept, because they usually follow closely such things, and as all the clever correspondents, we always left some loopholes for this sort of explanations in the expectation of something unexpected.
You mean you're even allowed to leave loopholes in Pravda?
Well, I mean loopholes in my comments on the developments of the electoral fight here.
Mr. Nekrasov, it's been suggested that Russian diplomats, in fact Russian leaders, prefer dealing with capitalists. In fact, I think that Mr. Khrushchev himself actually said this. Now, will this come out in
Oh, no, I don't think it will. You see, the point is that, objectively speaking, of course, we might put it in this way, that the Labour Party, whatever we say or write, belongs to the same church as we do. And inside that church, the schisms are fighting much more vigorously than they do fight the religions of different denominations. But still we do belong to the same church. But on the other hand, I should say that these words that are sometimes quoted here in the British press were said more than 3 years ago, and a lot of water flew under the bridges since then.
Will you also write in your column back to Pravda, when you send it back, how badly the communists have done in this country and how many times they forfeited their deposit?
Yes, I'll put their general figures and the results of the fight and compare it with what they did in 1955. You see, and I'll give the explanation to that, but I should say that whatever we say about the Communist Party, the general trend here, which was reflected in the destiny of the Labour Party, was bound to be reflected in the position of the Communist Party.
Mr. Nekrasov, finally let me put this to you, that the leaders of both our major parties have recently been to Russia. Now, which of them do you think made the greatest impression there?
Oh, well, it's a rather difficult point for me rather difficult thing to answer, because I was covering Mr. Macmillan's visit, and I was following it rather closely, and when Mr. Gaitskell was in Russia, I was on holidays, and I was a reader of the press myself at that time. I should say that, in general, that Mr. Macmillan's visit got bigger coverage in the Russian press, but it's quite natural because he is a prime minister visiting on the state level, and Mr. Gaitskell and Mr. Bevan came there as guests as the representatives of the Labour Party here, of the opposition party. They were invited not by the government, by the parliament, and the events in parliaments the events of this sort always get less coverage in the press than the state occasions.
Mr. Nekrasov, I take your point. Thank you very much indeed.
Labour is in again at Leek in Staffordshire, which David Butler was waiting for so urgently just now. Rejoicing going on of some kind. And join Mr. Kenneth Harris, who is standing outside the door of Conservative Party headquarters.
At the beginning of the evening here at Conservative Party headquarters, I said that the Conservative Party seemed on the whole to be rather cool and collected and not altogether optimistic about the result. They all said they were going to win, but I couldn't find anybody who was willing to predict more than about 35 or 40 seats margin. It was rather significant that at the first point where we thought we might get a Conservative Party leader to come and be interviewed, nobody materialized. And we were told this was because the Conservative Party leaders were cautious and didn't want to start talking before they saw how things were going. Rather curious, because we heard from across the other side of the square that the Labour Party chaps were very ready to talk, and even when things were going against them, they were very ready to talk, whereas over here, when things were obviously going for the Conservative Party, they were still very reticent. Now, what the significance of that is, I don't know. Anyway, things began to improve, and suddenly, it seemed, the Prime Minister arrived, and Conservative Party headquarters immediately took on a completely different aspect. The previous aspect had been cautious, and the new one was festive. The Prime Minister came in, everybody here was absolutely delighted. It was very noticeable, the efforts that he made to congratulate people here, to show how pleased he was with what happened. He was very tired, but he was still ready to meet the press and the BBC and even ITN. And then he went upstairs and he leant out of the window and talked to the crowd who'd gathered outside. He really came to life, and Conservative Party headquarters came to life. But there was this remarkable contrast between the behavior of Conservative Party headquarters in the early part of the evening and the latter part. And it does seem to me awfully interesting that there was no indication here, no feeling here, that the result was going to be quite the way it's turned out to be. And now I hand you back to Richard Dimbleby, back in Lime Grove.
Got here a bit quicker than you expected. There's a result, is there not? The Conservatives have held Harwich.
She says, with the aid of her interpreters, that the probable final majority would be about 115 Conservative over Labour. If the Liberals held their present strength, increased by one, this would be about a majority of 108 over all parties. However, Ella doesn't pretend to know about one or two of these seats, like Merioneth and Inverness and North Cornwall and Torrington, which aren't influenced really by the national swing between Conservative and Labour. I certainly am willing to stick my neck out on saying that the Conservatives will have, when all the seats are in, a clear majority of 100 at least over all parties.
Thank you. And now I think, Bob, you might like to do a brief summing up the situation before we close down.
Well, this certainly has been an impressive Conservative win. They become the first government in modern British history to win 3 full terms of office in succession. On the other hand, this is probably a Conservative country. When you come to look at the history of it, the Conservatives have been in office 2/3 of the time in the last 100 years, and only twice in this century has a party other than the Conservatives won a working majority in the House of Commons. Only twice in the 20th century. It's not, on the other hand, a landslide. Not as far as seat strength, not as far as popular support is concerned in the country. Something like 1 to 2 people in every 100 have changed sides. And this is given, because of the operation of the so-called Cube Law, this very impressive parliamentary win. But one hopes it will not mislead the Conservatives into overlooking the fact that they still have 45-odd% of the nation on the other side, and that they themselves cannot rest upon the kind of majority they've got. Conservative governments with big majorities in the past have not always been good governments. A tendency to slothfulness, to laziness, and the rest has set in. One can see that in the government of 1900, the government of 1924, the government of 1935, if you like. And one hopes, therefore, that after the celebration is over, the Conservatives will face the fact that they've got work to do despite the rather comfortable parliamentary majority. Labour, of course, has another set of problems, tragic in their way. The party, after 59 years of trying, has won 1 working majority in the House. And this in a nation which is 2/3 working class, and a party calling itself Labour, appealing to the working class. And as others have said all evening, it's quite clear that the greatest rethinking of the party's position in history must now take place.
Well, thank you both for those admirable summings-ups. We have, I think, one more result, which I suspect is the safe one, probably Northern Ireland, which I think is on its distant way to us. While it's coming, shall we just have one more look at the state, which we've been giving you at regular intervals? There it is.
There you have 387 results in. That leaves us with 242 to come tomorrow, and the one which we think is on its way. The net change, 17 Conservative gains. They're not likely, they'll make a few more gains tomorrow if they can continue on the same form, but about the same number they could do. My arithmetic is going really haywire at the moment. They're not likely to make quite so many gains tomorrow as they have made on the night by the time we're in, if that my prediction is right.
You're getting tired like Ella.
No, not really.
Perhaps I could just recapitulate on what happens from now onwards in this election. We are going very shortly to close down. A little snooze for all concerned, and you too, I hope. The service is opening up again at 6:30 in about 2 hours and a half and a bit from now, when you'll get the situation and the latest party totals. Now, that's going to be repeated every half hour. We ourselves, live, fresh, shaved, suits changed, clean, alert and breakfasted, will be sitting here again at 8 o'clock. We'd like some of you to be here too, please. We shall then continue from 8 o'clock and go on for a further 9 hours or so, by which time Ella will have blown up. In fact, she's been behaving very well then. And that will be the programme tomorrow until sometime in the afternoon, when we shall know what the final result is, except for those odd seats that we never do pick up until Saturday, and I'm sure you won't want us to be sitting here on Saturday as well. Now, the result we're waiting for just won't come, so shall we just sort
On
of...
the tape, they did say it would only come at 6. I don't think it's worth staying on for another 2 hours.
I'm going to talk to my friend upstairs on the telephone. What about our last result? Yes, David Butler says that he doesn't think it's coming till 6 o'clock. I don't think we ought to wait that long. Right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you sort of enjoyed bearing with us. We've not been entertaining, after all. We've only been informing and trying to keep things straight, which I hope we've done tolerably well. I would like just to say this. I did say in a brief one-minute piece in BBC Television last night, if you want to see the fullest and the fastest results of this election, watch BBC Television. And do you know, I was right. That I know. Well, now let's go and have some sleep. We'll be back at 6:30, and as I told you, thenceforth every half hour, and back in earnest at 8 o'clock. So until then, with our best good wishes from all of us, good morning.
And with the time at exactly 5 minutes to 4, we are now closing down. And as Richard Dimbleby has just told you, we shall be back again with the first of our situation reports. That is a report on the situation as it develops between now and then at 6:30. So until then, goodbye.